The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Speaking of which, why would there be water here?
Oh, Paimon knows! It's one of those tricks where you pour water into a jug, and here's a broken vase! Huh.
That can't be. The trolley moves along tracks from start to finish.
Let's note this down too and think about it.
¿Y yo cuando bajaba aquí?
What's this? Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh? There's a...
Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick. But why would it have been left here?
Whatever it is, let's make...
Oh, these are the clothes that her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be found.
Right. And do you really need to do that if you're kidnapping them? Ugh, this is...
Hola Liz, ¿también estás en Twitch? Sí, estoy en Twitch también. Joder, macho, pero qué asco de...
What is this place?
It seems someone could fit through here.
Could this have been the
Alone, perhaps. But if they had to pull another...
But there are no other ways in or out of here. Oh, you're right. Let Paimon run...
Epani me dice, buenas noches licenciado, ya era hora. Vente pa el tower, es broma XD.
Sí, claro.
Let's head back up.
Vuelve a la superficie. Ah, pues ya está, ¿no? Joder, qué asco, tío. Vale, esto ya está.
Well, we've ascertained the state of the crime. Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Malus returns. Seems to me that there are several things that don't add up here.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal escape through the vent?
They believe the odds of that are very low. The guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance or after the incident.
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then. You know, like the kind you usually see in novels.
¿Cómo?
The plot thickens. Halsey's disappearance? No wonder Farina was so confident in her accusation. All the current evidence points toward Linny and Lynette.
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld unless we make some considerable...
Charges and then trial. So if the charges are...
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. During the proceedings, the Chief Justice and the Oratrice will hear... That's right. This is how indemnitium is produced. The statements from both sides the defenses from attorneys, witness testimonies, and even to put it simply, it's as if the Oratrice has its own will, and is a judge in its own right.
This also precludes any kind of favoritism on the part of the Chief Justice. And not that this has ever happened anyway.
Once both sides have finished speaking, the Chief Justice will make his final decision. This too, then, finally, the Oratrice will be consulted by officials. The result it returns is...
Huh? So that machine is the one that actually decides? Paimon thought Neverlet called the shot.
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the same judgment. Which is why people have... Yes, the guards also asked me to convey that none of us will be allowed to...
Huh?
Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies. That makes us...
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties. Or that we might find outside help to disrupt... And even if that were not so, it could prove problematic if we happen to spread key information about the case ahead of time.
I'm ready to break out at any time.
¿Cómo?
Whoa! There's no need for that! Paimon thinks they have a point. That said, are they providing...
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options. I'm afraid that catering to all tastes is not in the cards, nor is any guarantee of balance.
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here. Pity. I was hoping to take you to try some of Fontaine's famous... I mean, what better way to properly think through our findings than over some tea and sweet?
Huh. Breaking out suddenly doesn't seem like such a bad idea. Just kidding! Paimon will still do her best, even if there are no snacks.
Hmm? What do you mean, no snacks? Of course we'll have snacks. If we cannot buy...
Huh?
Understood, Demoiselle. Everyone, please come with
Vale.
me.
Wait, you're carrying a portable stove with you?
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the Demoiselle's baking needs whenever the fancy strikes her.
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
Good work, you two. Then I'll get to it.
These three are quite the interesting group. And Paimon thought it smelled good from the way you had these two guys carrying all that stuff around. Paimon thought you'd have them do more, but you ended up doing the entire thing by yourself. Beating the egg whites, grinding almonds...
Muy bien,
I was
venga.
applauding.
Perfecto.
And I was giving encouraging smiles.
Paimon was just thinking, aren't you worried about getting your fancy dress dirty, beating egg whites and baking like this?
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read books, sip... Don't underestimate beating egg weights, by the way. It's a real arm workout. You also need to beat them to just... Anyway, give these a try. Fresh out of the oven. There's 3 for each...
Only
Well, eating too many sweet treats might send all that sugar to your head.
Tea is ready to be served as well. This is Demoiselle's favorite. Strong black tea with a floral fragrance. No need for concern.
Venga, hombre, ya, coman ya.
Epani me dice,
Down to business.
licenciado, te quería preguntar, ¿cuál es la mejor oficinas de ubicación en GTA? Se me olvide pregunte esta mañana.
Realmente da igual.
However, we can assume that Linny and Lynette were not alone within it. Some magician twins could have committed the crimes, of course.
Exactly! Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was watching?
The flower vase and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal in the tunnel, resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and her abduction. Perhaps the criminal thought that since she was chosen from the crowd, she would be too easy to identify.
Paimon thinks that makes sense, but the real trouble is...
True. None of the clues we found thus far support the existence of this third, but the only people left to consider are both technically victims. Whether it's the missing girl...
Huh. Could Halsey have secretly made modifications to the magic props in order to murder Cowell before making her a...
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the setup, she would need to understand the entire... Nor does she have any motive. The guard said that she has never had any dealings with the magic troops.
Were we not thorough enough in our search? From the sound of things, this is turning into an impossible case. Your macarons are amazing though, Navia. They smell great. They're nice and crisp.
Pero, ¿cómo le ponen esas gafas y esas cosas, tío? Buenas, Rules.
They are my specialty after all. And I see...
What? 5? Oh, that can't be right. Paimon only counted 3, honest.
¿Ha avisado el YouTube o qué?
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets might actually be a good thing.
Acabo de llegar al trabajo y quiero una de la tienda de zapatos. ¿El qué? No he entendido.
No. Being greedy is one thing, but Paimon knows how to count. Besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough.
No, a mí no me avisó, entré porque lo vi por ahí. Ah, vale.
Wait, even you don't believe Paimon?
Claro. ¿Para qué va a avisar YouTube? Sí que... ¿Para qué va a avisar?
Macarons, then may they turn into stone in her stomach.
All right, we get it. Well, I suppose one of us might have gotten too engrossed in our chat and eaten them by mistake. No big deal.
No lo entendiste porque no estás jugando a GTA. Ah, ¿sabes que han aumentado los pagos del asalto en Cayo Perico? ¿Rules? Es decir, ahora paga más. Tócate las narices. He perdido una partida
Malus, set up this...
y me ha dado 40k.
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
Exactly. We don't want to trouble you.
As you wish, demoiselle.
Y no está por 2. He perdido y da 40k. Me saltó una... Pues si ganaste dará 100k, ¿no? No. Creo que te puede llegar a ganar... Puedes llegar a ganar... Ostras, si no está por 2. Y he perdido...
Epani me dice. Ah, sí. Ya no está X2.
No, ya no está por 2 y he ganado 40k, ¿eh? He ganado 40k perdiendo. Así que imagínate los que han ganado... Lo que han ganado los que han ganado. Claro, imagínate lo que han ganado ellos. Creo que han ganado 60k o 80 casi. Es decir, prácticamente... El otro día ganaste 60k. Da más sin el por 2. No es que dé más sin el por 2. Es que lo han modificado para que dé más. Rockstar ha metido una actualización de fondo modificando lo que da. Ahora da más dinero todavía.
Well, that's it
Y
for
premia
time.
el tiempo que inviertas. Buah, es que creo que es el modo adversario que más dinero da, ¿eh? Así. Pero bueno, dejemos esto, que estamos con Genshin Impact.
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Malus, it's time to go. I'll be back if I find anything new.
Alright, it's time to put our heads together. We've got to get our defense ready for the trial. Oh, it's probably gonna be a long and difficult case. There's no point in worrying about that now. We just need to prepare. Here, take Paimon's notes. They should help you review the situation.
Esa que lleva las típicas gafas con bigote falso. Es que está haciendo de detective. Entonces, claro. A ver, ¿a qué hora hay que pasar? Vale, a las 8 de la mañana. Ahora vengo. Bueno, a ver. Hagamos un buen resumen.
Genshin is so
De todas formas, Rules, aunque yo entiendo que no te guste el juego, pero ha cambiado mucho desde que salió el juego, ¿eh? Sí, no tiene nada que ver.
good plan. Impossible things don't just happen. We'll get to the truth one way or another.
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and Lynette, at least we will be supporting them from the stands. Besides, I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened.
Thanks, Navia.
Best of luck to you.
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how did your investigation go?
To be honest, you might be disappointed.
No. We're already very grateful that
¿Que
you
nos
will
siguen
be-
engañando siempre en este juego? Sí, eso es así. Siempre nos van a estar engañando. Y no me extrañaría que estos dos fuesen culpables. No se encuentra, estamos muy agradecidos de que hayan querido ayudarnos.
Now, don't you all look disappointed. Don't tell me that your investigation came up empty-handed.
No, por Dios, no pruebes esa mierda, por favor. Es decir, el top, de verdad, eso sí que no lo toques.
That was to be expected, of course. The guilty can never produce proof of their innocence.
Es evidente que un criminal no iba a encontrar ninguna prueba para demostrar su inocencia.
But don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed should you, my most anticipated foe, concede so easily.
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident is now in session. Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident, could we please have Mr. Linney explain the trick?
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage. All the necessary items have been prepared.
Thank you, Mr. Linney. In that case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus could not—
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In that case, I call upon the
Yeah,
prosecution. Lady Farina.
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr.
Qué asco la estoy cogiendo al
Linney,
Arconte esta, de verdad. Entre que Fontaine no me está gustando nada y el Arconte me está cayendo como la mierda.
There is no
Como
way
quiero
you've been in the box the
secuestrar-
whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell. In fact, I'd say you were...
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Bastante. Top mejoró para bien. Yo regresé y está God. Pues a mí realmente Top me parece un truño. Ahora, esa es mi opinión. La interfaz da asco. Da asco que a estas alturas, después de un año, siguen teniendo una interfaz que no es ni intuitiva y encima no coloquen bien las letras, que están descentradas. Es que eso es básico, pero nada, no, es que no lo aguanto. Y el Genshin también tiene alguna cosa así, pero ostras, es que en el top es que es descarado. Y luego las copias, que es, vamos, ya no solo, es que lo tienen copiado al más mínimo detalle. Ah, Una tontería el juego. Yo respeto mucho a los profesionales que están detrás y que hacen el juego y tal, porque bueno, pues yo soy también desarrollador de videojuegos y entiendo el trabajo que hay detrás de un juego, pero ostras, yo creo que esto es básico y no deberían hacerlo así, pero bueno. Una duda, lo de las cajas doble es recoger o vender. Vender. Recoger no te van a dar nunca el doble.
Oh, is that so? And if I may ask, what did you hear while you were inside your box?
Liz, intentarás una copia de Genshin. ¿Cómo voy a hacer una copia de Genshin? Si es imposible, yo no puedo hacer eso. Lo vi un poco por encima del trabajo y no me quedó muy claro. Nada, Rules. No. Genshin tiene su esencia y no la ha perdido, pero a mí esta región se ha quedado un poco pobre, la verdad. Tiene muchas cosas que deben de mejorar y supongo que con ciertas expansiones mejorará. Pero me sigo quedando con Sumeru 100%. Vamos, es que Sumeru era mucho más grande de lo que es esto. No sé, esperaba algo más grande todavía. Y sí que es verdad que tiene mucha parte submarina y esas cosas, pero yo la veo muy vacía. ¿Crees que saldrán OP los personajes en Fontaine? Supongo que sí. Tampoco voy a perder el sueño por eso, ¿sabes? Los menús son cutres. Sí, pero jugabilidad y los personajes me encantan, claro, es mi opinión. Sí, sí, no, tal cual. Cada uno tiene su opinión. Mi opinión es esa, que los menús, las interfaces y todas esas cosas son cutres. No es que sean cutres, sino que están mal diseñadas. No son intuitivas, no siguen los principios a la hora de hacer una interfaz gráfica. Yo sé estas cosas porque me han metido mucha caña en la universidad con las interfaces gráficas, que si tienen que tener unos principios, que si tienen que ser intuitivas, elegibles, que se vean bien, que haya contrastes, que el usuario entienda qué están ofreciendo cada uno de los menús y evidentemente el TOF no cumple eso, y Genshin sí. Entonces, yo valoro las cosas. Claro, el ARC, por ejemplo. El ARC también es otro ejemplo de... Es un buen juego, pero está mal optimizado. Tiene una interfaz de menús asquerosa, vomitiva. Es lo peor que he visto. Y claro, es que... Lo que tengo... Entonces, dime que es...
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the finale.
El largo dicen que saldrá. Bueno, como lo tiene comprado Microsoft, a saber cómo van a salir las interfaces. Pero bueno, dejemos de hablar de eso, que yo me quiero enterar de la trama de Genshin. Por favor, que no me estoy enterando de nada. Sigue jugando el acto de Fontaine y te adelanto que el acto 2 es peor que este. No, pero si a mí el acto me está gustando. En sí la trama me gusta. Ojo, a mí la trama me gusta. Lo que no me gusta es la zona. Tiene cosas bien, tiene cosas bonitas, pero...
You didn't hear anything else at all?
Y a esta no la soporto. Es que no lo soporto. No lo soporto. La furina esta, Focalors, o como se quiera llamar. No te soporto. Pero bueno, son 4 píxeles bien pintados. No hay más que decir. Pero no la soporto.
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud. One so loud that I believe practically everyone heard it.
Vale, Rules. Pero no me hagáis spoiler, por favor.
Huh?
Hey, hang on.
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside the box.
I was right by the box and I definitely heard the thud.
Look at those scales. Could those mean...
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the magician himself. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. Indeed, it seems his alibi can also collapse in the blink of an eye. Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundations are rock solid.
Y por eso decían que se iba a celebrar un gran juicio. ¿Este es el juicio o qué? Espérate. Espero que no sea así, pero... ¿no será esta la que ha formado este follón para hacer juicios? Espérate. Espérate, que ahora resulta que la propia Arconte es la que provoca todo esto.
Tell me, aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the Hearth?
Y además te lo ponen así como... ¡Oh, Dios mío! La realidad es que Lynette y tú son de la casa de la hoguera, ¿no es así? Y te ponen ahí la música. ¿Cómo?
No wonder they did something like this.
Con razón hicieron lo que hicieron. ¿Cómo?
So the serial disappearances were the Fatsui's doing. Now it all makes sense.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably wasn't just an...
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Liz, si no la soporta, ponlo en japonés. No es la voz la que no soporto.
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything that happened. Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret now. Unless your script already has holes in it. The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the infighting and discord, I suppose. This. Good thing I made all those preparations. Seems the all-nighter I pulled last night is really paying off.
¿Esta tiene varias personalidades o qué?
Hey, Linny, why didn't you tell us this before?
Order! Order! Mr. Linney, allow me to re-establish the facts. Lady first, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members of the House of the Hearth. Are these claims true? Please answer my question, Mr. Linney.
I'm sorry.
Lo siento. Ostras.
Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
Oh, no, traidor.
I knew it!
Well, that's it. We might as well move on to the sentencing already.
What should we do now?
Granted. In that case, what is your request?
Is that really necessary?
The defendant deceived their own attorneys. What is there left to discuss?
Hemos pasado de ser un viajero a un abogado. Tócate las narices.
Order! Order, I say!
¿Por qué ha dicho order? Order.
Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn. This trial will reconvene.
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense even after knowing what you do now? You certainly have more professional. In that case, my dear audience, let's allow the joy of victory to...
Ahora le vamos a echar la bronca.
Well, this is awkward. I didn't think the Hydro Archon would dig all that up. I'm sorry, Travel.
Yeah, sorry. Paimon doesn't know where to start. We trusted you two. We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you weren't bad guys. Not to set the wrong tone or anything, but Paimon's really mad!
I'm very sorry. I know you're angry. I know you've clashed with the Fatui several times before. I wouldn't be surprised if just hearing the word is enough to make you... But our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different personalities and goals.
Right now, we want to save people. As many as we can.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might face. I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends. That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but the truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than...
Es que siempre nos engañan, tío. Siempre nos están engañando. Es que no puede ser, este juego es un engaño. Este juego es un maldito engaño. Nos engaña el otro tío cuando estamos buceando. Nos engañan estos dos. Nos engaña el... ¿Quién era? Uno en el desierto, que nos enfrentamos a él. Nos engaña a otro y otro. Es que no paran de engañarnos. El 20 este no nos cuenta nada. El Zhongli también hace oídos sordos. La Raiden lo mismo, más de lo mismo. Pasan de nosotros. La Najida es la única que revela muchísima información. Y el resto nos están mintiendo cada 2 por 3. Es que ya no sé ni quién confiar. Incluso nos hacen dudar de la propia Paimon. No hacen nada más que darnos guiños y guiños de que todos nos están engañando, que aquí hay cosas que no cuadran, que no sé qué, todo el rato. Venga, 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 es que vaya tela.
Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, if I were you, I fear that You met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade. All by coincidence, too.
Nuestro encuentro fortuito el hecho de que sea un fatui y un mago que hace espectáculos para engañar a la gente. ¿Cómo?
I'm asking you to trust me. I am no criminal. At least, not
Yo no
in
soy
this
ningún
case.
criminal.
Sorry. Please forgive us.
Well, you both say that, but...
Primero explícame una cosa.
Right, let's hear your answer first, and no lies now!
Of course. I'll answer any question you ask. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences accurately? During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it.
Estuvimos investigando y averiguando que debajo de la analizadora se encuentra su núcleo.
From that moment on,
No, si ya. Si ya me imagino que... Joder, cuando la X empieza...
So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core is stored.
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this step.
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, I heard someone's... Which should have been impossible, of course. I was quite certain that I was the only one in the room.
Pero nunca se sabe, ¿eh? Que igual cambian las cosas con Paimon. Bueno, no sé. Pero entonces, ¿cuántos actos tiene esto? Es decir, en esta versión nos meten 3 actos de trama. ¿Y en total cuántos va a haber? Si en la siguiente versión creo que va a haber otro acto, ¿no?
That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution and retreated the way I came. On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground, but the countdown was almost finished, so there wasn't time to give it any thought. After that, the homicide occurred just as you saw.
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
¿En estas solo 2? ¿No había 3? ¿No habían metido 3? ¿Tú qué sabes bastante? ¿Sabes si hay alguna expansión de mapa de Fontaine? Claro, supongo que sí. ¿Te has enterado de que cuándo puede llegar en la 4.2? Porque la 4.1 he visto que no hay nada. Eso es spoiler. ¿El qué? ¿Sabes si hay una expansión más?
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order to deal with that prophesized crisis.
That's the only way we can save everyone.
¿Salvar al mundo? ¿De qué?
So, there you have it. The whole truth.
¿La 4.1 llega a expansión? No he visto nada de eso. No, la verdad es que no. Pues ojalá tengas razón que llegue expansión. Pasa los leaks. No, yo estaba mirando los leaks y no ponía nada de expansión. Pero claro, también he visto que van a poner 2 nuevos bosses de mundo y va a aparecer a Arlechino este. Entonces va a haber continuación de... No sé, supongo que cuando se terminemos la trama dirán algo donde tendremos que ir. Digo yo, vamos.
It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust either.
Lo buscaré tranquila. Yo es que he estado buscando y no he encontrado nada de... No sé. A mí no me ha salido nada. Me salen los banners, me salen cosas de esos, pero lo que es la nueva expansión, ¿no?
But like I said earlier, you can be the judge. If you want to leave because you don't trust the Fatui, there's nothing I can do to stop you.
Puede que esté en inglés. No, lo de que esté en inglés da igual. Yo lo que he visto es lo que van a poner de aniversario. Pero como dije antes, la decisión es tuya. Aunque te marches por desconfiar de los Fatui, lo entenderé. Luego de enfrentarla a la Tartaglia y se ignora, etc. Interesante. Eso sí que lo he escuchado, pero lo que es expansión no lo he visto. Me falta eso. De hecho, el Kovac ponía lo que viene en la versión 4.1 y no ponía nada de expansión de mapa. ¿Será una zona pequeña? ¿O cómo será? No sé. Me está pasando lo mismo que en Sumeru. Cuando empecé a jugar a Sumeru, ya estaba pensando en el desierto. Debe tomar una decisión, pero hagas lo que hagas, Paimon te apoyará. Si no eres culpable, te ayudaré para que te absuelvan de los cargos. Si eres culpable, se te juzgará justamente. Venga.
Thanks for giving us a chance. The current problem is that the scales are tipped pretty badly against. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna need a seriously watertight defense. Huh? Oh, Paimon thinks she gets what you mean.
¿Sabes lo que deberían de meter? Aunque esto igual no le va a gustar mucho a la comunidad, pero deberían meter como una especie de... una opción que te permita ver la historia desde Monster hasta donde has avanzado sin saltarte los diálogos, sino en plan... en plan automático, que puedas leer y tal sin tener que jugar ni nada, simplemente pues ver la historia. Para hacerte un resumen y todas esas cosas. Deberían poner eso, pero no lo van a poner. Y que bueno, que se pueda descargar o no. O sea, que tú decidas si quieres añadirlo en el juego o no. Como hacen con los idiomas y tal. Porque alguien que lleve 3 años y que no se acuerda de Monster... El que esté empezando ahora, bueno, vale, está bien, pero el que lleva ya bastante tiempo jugando a esto... Pero bueno. Que ya existe algo así, ¿eh? Ya existe algo así. Si tú te vas aquí a archivo y te vas a diario de viaje, puedes ver todos los diálogos, ¿eh? Pero creo que es mucho mejor que lo veamos visualmente y que se vaya pasando automáticamente sin que tú le des a la X o quieras darle a la X, ya dependiendo de tú le pones automático y que se vaya pasando y vas leyendo y vas viendo las cosas. Sin tener que pelear ni nada, solo las cinemáticas que ya las has visto y ya está. Estaría bien. Porque si no, esto directamente es... Esto ocupa espacio. Yo creo que nadie lo lee.
We're done gathering. That was hard.
It's too early to relax. We're still not done with Storm Terror. Besides, the Fatui could also
Bueno, aunque es
be
automático esto, pero bueno.
Hey, Diluc, I heard that the Fatui...
Bueno, está bien. Pero a mí me gusta que sea visual. A ver, ¿cuántos actos son? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Estos son 3. 3, el intermedio. Prólogo. 1, 2, 3. Intermedio. Otro. Adiós, todos los que hay aquí. 1, 2, 3, 4 y 5. 5 actos en Sumeru. Joder, cómo ha pasado el tiempo, ¿eh? Cuando solo teníamos... esto. Cuando solo teníamos estos 3. Estos 5, mejor dicho. No, por algo se llama Test Impact. Bueno, a ver. A mí sí que me gusta leerlo. Hay cosas que no, evidentemente las misiones legendarias, algunas que son infumables, pero lo que es la trama, a mí sí que me gusta la trama.
Both parties have returned to their positions. Let us continue the trial. When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue stating her reconstruction.
That took long enough. Now then, if everyone would lend me their attention.
¿Y esta nos va a ayudar a encontrar a nuestra hermana? Pues antes nos meten en la cárcel.
At this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linney's perspective.
Encuentra las fallas de la lógica de otras personas basándote en la descripción que dieron los hechos. Refuta los sucesos que no pueden ser ciertos con la ayuda de las pruebas y las pistas recopiladas en el expediente del caso. Esto hará que se sostengan por otras declaraciones distintas. Usa tus refutaciones para convencer al público y conseguir su apoyo. La iniciativa... Esto me gusta. Uy, mira, aquí una pelea y todo.
Countdown began. He entered the tunnel. When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey, which caused the loud. He did not realize that this sound could be heard by everyone in the opera house, which is why he claimed earlier. Finally, he used the vase to knock her out, before making her change clothes to prevent others from recognizing her. At this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that strange noise. So Linney proceeded to knock him out too before... Afterward, Linney passed the unconscious...
No tiene sentido lo que está diciendo. Literalmente.
In the audience stands, before operating the devices such that Cowell's death... And there you have it. That's the truth.
Does the defendant's side have any objections to Lady Farina's description of the events?
The key to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events, what Linney experienced, and Seems this won't produce a particularly effective rebuttal.
A ver, la prueba de Linney entra en el túnel que puede refutar el argumento es... A ver. Linney secuestra... ¿Qué va? Voy a secuestrar. Entra en el túnel. Bueno, ¿qué pasa? Que tengo que poner... Bueno, pues esto se hace aleatorio y ya está, porque no me acuerdo ya ni lo que está diciendo, así que...
Linny went to the room that contains the Oratrice's core. This is the actual truth.
Ese también.
To Linny, he left via the vent after entering the tunnel. He couldn't have had that altercation.
Yo no lo entiendo. ¿Por qué aquí está hablando el personaje y en la historia no habla? De verdad, no entiendo estas coherencias. No lo entiendo. Con el dinero que tienen...
Seems this won't... Linny did not take part in the underground altercation. He only witnessed traces of the aftermath.
Attention! Ace Detective Paimon has
Ya le falta ideas y se hace todo repetitivo. ¿Qué va? Esto es diferente. Esto mola. A mí me gusta.
When the countdown started, Linny did indeed go into the tunnel. But he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement, which is where the underground core... Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been an empty room. Since the crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again, and finally he reached the surface, and that was when the accident happened from his point of view. Therefore, he's innocent.
Oh. A ver qué dice la tipa esta. De verdad, que asco le tengo. Estoy por ahorrar, tirar por la furina esta y lanzarla desde lo más alto de la más alta torre.
In other words, you believe that he knew nothing of the incident?
That's right!
My reasoning?
If that's the case, then if Cowell hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill? Assuming that what you say is true, Linny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case. What would the point of killing someone on stage be?
Oh, they have a point.
That's right, you tell him! And that... Well, your denial is very strident, I'll give you that. But what proof do you have to back your claims? Of course I do. If he had been in the magic box the whole time, how could he have not heard that sound? Why do you ask? You're saying that he wasn't?
That's right! Lenny wasn't in the box or in the tunnel. This means that when the crime happened, Lenny had already entered the basement. The same clue you used to disprove his alibi has now become the best proof! How do you like that?
Well played. To think you'd use such logic. Well then, if it wasn't Lenny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. Halsey is the missing person and an... Could there have been a third person involved?
¿Cómo?
Halsey is the missing person and... The deceased's name is Cowell.
¿Entonces quién ha sido?
That can't be right. Are you serious? The killer was in fact...
Oh, is that so?
What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowell did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator to victim.
¿Cómo pasó de ser el asesino a ser la víctima?
No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. So where would the criminal have wanted to take off? The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so there must have been some fear that she would attract attention. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. Lenny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal... It would have been tough for both people to fit into... The sound we heard may have come from a... No one entered or left the opera... The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny...
Vale, ya cuadra una.
No one entered or left the opera house. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. It would have been tough for both... Lenny was not in the tunnel at that... The deceased's name is Cowell. No one entered or left... Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel.
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble figuring things out?
I see how it is. So this was all just a bluff.
Look, since we're at a dead end, why not consider a different track? Just like the trick as it transpired, the end result must have been utterly different from the magician.
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits, and none of them seem very likely. And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real-life person disappear. You know, like you did from that water tank, Lynette.
Excuse my interruption, dear opponents, but do you not see that the crowd is growing impatient?
Está la
If the
balanza.
defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Un momento.
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing... The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. The vase was not broken by chance. It was used to cover important evidence.
Eso es.
Paimon gets it! It all comes together if Halsey disappeared instead of being kidnapped. Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind. If there's a similar method where a...
Just a moment, please. I do hope you know how...
Ostras, que de verdad, qué asco de persona. La furina esta.
How could a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality we're talking about. Must we really? I should think that of anyone. Magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and misdirection. But Halsey's disappearance is very real.
Even so, I trust the Traveler's judgment. The truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning may open if we try. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on it. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings.
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of their rope. The way I see it, your suggestion that we broaden the scope of our investigation is...
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an impasse, I believe that additional evidence may... Guards, please step into the lounge and examine the person...
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we feel must be shared with everyone post-haste. We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage, each labeled separately. The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are... water from the primordial sea. The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had an accomplice. The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword dissolve appears many times. One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. It is empty. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen as some sort of test subject. As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is, in fact, supported by sufficient evidence.
You've got to be kidding! People dissolving...
Could something so ridiculous actually be true?
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but it's just a...
If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowell was targeting that... Wait just a minute. Could that mean...
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partner?
Let's go. Just trust me.
Order! Order!
Uy, ¿qué sería, ¿Qué sería?
It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal... Still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic. albeit with the understanding that Ms. Halsey has yet to be found. Guards, please continue examining the items along these lines. Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence, so please...
Of course. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be connected together.
Right! Like the metal hook! That one didn't make sense at all. Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from the primordial sea.
Un momento, ahora vengo. Madre mía, me está enganchando este juicio. Dios mío, qué juicio más largo. Un momento. A ver.
The rope that held the water tank up was lit by the fireworks and snapped. The water from the primordial sea should already have been prepped before. Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. Did she have something to do with this? I remember there was something else within the... Now it seems like the hook rope was not... The deceased's name is Cowell.
Urina, le doy tanto asco que se fue a vomitar. ¿Que fue a vomitar cómo?
The rope that held the water tank up. The water from the primordial...
Pero al final, ¿cómo la van a llamar? ¿Focalors o Furina?
I remember there was something...
No he aceptado aún.
The deceased's name is Cowell. Now it seems like the hook rope was... The water from the primordial sea...
Al tuntún, ¿sabes?
It's Ace Detective Paimon's time to shine again! In the original plan, Cowell would tamper with the water tank rope, and the number selector securing his target. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box. When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed inside it would pour down and dissolve Halsey. Afterward, Cowl would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel. With the remaining evidence, but he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use to cover his tracks.
Huh. That does make sense.
That actually links together a lot of the more confusing people.
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing now. Have I falsely accused an innocent person? What a humiliation.
Eso, qué vergüenza, oye, qué vergüenza, Furina, qué vergüenza. Fíjate que dudaba hasta yo de ella, fíjate. Pensaba que había sido ella.
Now, it seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact circumstances that led to Cal's death. His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me. I shall now invite him on stage to share it with us.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other people involved in this, and we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Linny's personal effects.
¿Cómo?
What?
That can't be.
No, por Dios.
I see. Well, how wonderful.
Qué giro más inesperado.
To have your own counterattack only to come back and wound you. Does this not clear all doubt? My dear citizens, my loyal audience, allow me... Linny did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Having made modifications to the props beforehand, his accomplice Cowl then caused Halsey to vanish using the water from the primordial sea. But upon his return, ultimately, he knocked Cowl out, and the tool meant to cover the crime up also became... Now, as much as I regret having come to such a viciously straightforward conclusion, it does seem... Am I right, Mr. Linny?
We've used up all the evidence we collected. There's no way for us to make a rebuttal. Is this the end of the road?
¡Ostras!
Oh no. Paimon can't think of anything either. It doesn't look like there's any way. Seems using the water as new evidence was too good a move. Why did this have to happen now?
I think we've all seen enough now. And I believe this is indeed the finale. Now then, my good, noble Chief Justice, should we not, in your view, move...
Excuse me, everyone, but I must interject.
Como siempre, algo inesperado aparece.
Miss, I must ask you not to shout.
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little break from all this debate and see a little... I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh, right before your very eyes. Please, do the honors, Mr. Linny, if you would be so kind.
What in the world is she saying?
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are beyond my scope as a magician.
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals the truth while presenting a fascinating illusion. But once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again? And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous finale to today's performance? Come on, Linny and Lynette. Give it another go. Don't worry. Spina di Rasula has made the necessary arrangements on your
Ostras.
behalf. But as the magic makers and stars of the show, I think I should leave the final performance.
I understand.
Una cinemática, por favor.
And voila.
Sorry for the interruption.
Wait, isn't that Halsey? So the whole thing about people dissolving wasn't true after all?
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my sentence. I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on trial. I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me, and then before I knew it, she caught me.
That'll teach you to underestimate us three.
Where should I begin? I'm sorry. I'm the one who killed Cowl.
¿Cómo?
I admit it.
What? Why?
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian, and
Vaya.
I'm originally from Mondstadt. I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so I stole one. That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there, and I'd never been caught before. But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Linny was the one who caught me in the act.
Hey, no wonder you look familiar. So you were the thief! Liddy even mentioned that you were pretty skilled.
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number selector chose me. He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he was onto me for— So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee. But then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me. I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costs. I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Can a person even hide in there?
But I swear I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, I swear it. Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no killer.
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
This time, we need to tell the entire story from Lillian. Seems this.
A ver.
The flower vase was not broken to cover anything up, but it was smashed during the struggle between Lillian Lillian was afraid that she would be recognized if she left, so she changed clothes and hid, biding her time. Just what one might expect of an experience. The strange sound.
And it's Ace Detective Paimon time! Having been selected selected out of the blue, Lillian panicked. Her panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel and had water poured on her head. So she kicked the door open. Hearing the commotion, Cowl leapt into the tunnel, only to discover that Lillian had not dissolved. He did not know that Lillian was not from Fontaine, but was a thief who made her way, mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to take effect. He tried to force the two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but Lillian came out on top, knocking Cowl out and putting him in. With no way of escaping, she changed her clothes and hid in the costume trunk until the performance.
Vale. A ver si esto le vale.
She knew that she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward. So, she has been trapped in the opera house these last 2 days.
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right under our noses. Talk about a sneaky thief.
At this point, all the...
so that's the whole... Bravo!
Now then, Lady Farina, do you wish to speak against the defense's Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended.
What? Are you reading my mind now? No, I have no further arguments. I admit defeat. But really, could you...
Wow! Look at that! She's like a
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the full sequence of events. The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowl, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list. With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be chosen. To cover up any evidence while committing the deed, Cowl thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the watermarks. He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box and stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the box with a loud... Realizing that there was trouble, Cowl entered the tunnel and met Lillian. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box, and thus became his... Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera house.
Magnífico.
As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the opera house, and was thus ignorant. From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny, the accused, is in fact...
Espectacular.
While there is much in Linny and Lillian's conduct that should still be investigated separately, this case, at least, can be handed over to the Oratrice to make the final decision. As such, Linny and Lynette are officially declared not guilty.
Great work, partners.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Next, I think we deserve an explanation. How did you find the water from the primordial sea?
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know. Or was that not a discovery?
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you, yes?
Oh.
I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your sentence.
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to Coupon Town.
I was just following order. We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do so.
¿Cómo?
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become a liability to said higher-up. Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know, and seek the protection of the
Yes, I'll tell you everything I know. Our boss discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve. It can also be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience unforgettable exhilaration. We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent mora off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea. I mean...
¿Cómo?
And now he can no longer talk.
Lo han callado.
Such ruthlessness.
An outrageous act. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
So, we're just going back now? That's...
Traveler, Paimon! Please wait.
Linny...
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want to look at, but still. Let me thank you again for defending me to the end. Even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui. I guess. But regardless, I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself, just plain Linny this entire time. As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That's all. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
Arlecchino.
The Knave? The one who controls the House of the Hearth? She's your father?
That's right. And since we're here, I was wondering, back when our parents first died, Lynette and I were left wandering the streets. To survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner, and we began to my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come from for a time. Before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed that he wished to take us in after watching my performances.
So you went from orphans to nobility just like that?
That was how we felt at first too. As if fate was on our side and we could say goodbye to those painful days. But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really after my talent for magic tricks. He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then use to
That doesn't seem too bad either. Better than roaming the streets at any rate.
It took a while for me to realize just how dark his heart really was. After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not on the same return. I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift. I mean, you'll be able to perform your magic regardless of who your assistant is, yes?
Oh no. So he was gonna... But wouldn't Fontaine's laws deal with...
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care. And they have their ways of escaping the... I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person, and hurried through the night. But by the time I leaped over the walls, avoided the guard, all I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood. And the nave...
So, she'd already taken care of that guy.
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a bait. Father, I mean, the knave, might have seen something in me, and so she made me an offer. The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever betray you. Indeed, betrayal shall never be permitted here.
Y me apaga el ordenador.
Yo no lo he apagado, se apagó solo.
No estaba cerrado. Dame una llave.
Que no sé dónde está. Enciende la luz. Mira, no las tienes ahí. Madre mía.
I was hesitant to trust her. I mean, I had just been betrayed by nobles. But she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first, giving us back our freedom.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
She has her own plans. She has gained permission from the Tsaritsa to first use the Gnosis' power when she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a way to...
So, she believes in that prophecy?
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis. Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water, thus further supporting the prophecy. All of us house members here, Lady Arlecchino herself included, are from Fontaine. We won't give up on defending our homeland. To us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world, apart from our family, is our homeland.
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets to huge schemes like stealing a Gnosis, everything is aimed at dealing with that prophecy.
It's all right. I understand. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the house, I have never stopped making my
Epanime
own
dice,
decisions. And that I believe
licenciado,
what I'm
como
doing
ves
is
la
right.
trama, ¿te gusta?
La trama sí.
If you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me. I will do my best to help you.
Bye, Linny!
Hey there. What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us, Navia?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the... Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can crack a case that's been cold for decades? And given that there's new evidence from the trial, there should...
Ah, I see. Well, I won't lie. I'm a little shocked to hear that from you. But I suppose... Sorry. I might have been too presumptuous.
Don't say that, Navia.
Aw, And we were having so much fun investigating with you, too. It was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire, causing new hope to spring forth, and the reflection in the murk to become sorry about that. I'm a bit prone to— Wait, shall we have a farewell meal?
Huh? Do we really need to get that formal?
Well, I'd just like to have a proper ending to every important memory. That way anyway, it would just be a meal, so it—
You don't have to twist Paimon's arm. If Boss Navi—
Oh, wonderful. In that case, why don't we return to the court of Fontaine and head to the Hotel de Boer? I believe—
All right then, let's have our farewell—
Vale. Vale, vale.
Epani me dice, en Fontaine vamos a estar más en el agua que en tierra.
Sí, eso sí. Vale. Vale. Entonces, cuando completamos el acto 1 de la trama de Fontaine, nos aparece esta misión de aquí, que se llama Forja Semiautomática. Así que nos vamos aquí a Fontaine. Si bajamos por aquí, a ver. Muy bien. Aquí está. Sí, aquí está. Podemos hablar con este. Ya está. Y la misión está completada. Hablamos con esta. Si le damos a que quiero comprar un arma, nos sale armas de defensa, que son una caca. Y aquí tenemos los planos de las armas de Fontaine. Que para poder obtenerlo, pues tendremos que ir a recolectar estos objetos que hay aquí. Burburanja, marea alga y los cristales. Que parece ser que en todo nos piden los cristales. Aquí nos pide una flor. Este nos pide también burburanja. Otra flor. Bueno, mejor. Mira, marea alga. La flor esta. Y ya está. Junto con los cristales. A ver. Pues mira, nos ha aparecido este. Voy a dar una vueltecita por aquí. A ver si me encuentro algo interesante. ¿Esto qué es? Aquí no hay nada. Ese tampoco nos dice nada.
Time to go. Time to go.
Aquí no hay nada tampoco. Esta la Catherine.
Ad Astra. De primeras ya Catherine ya nos da objetos para poder hacer lo de la forja. Aquí. Ad Astra.
Si nos vamos aquí a expedición, nos ponemos en Fontaine. Aquí podemos ver la burburanja. Lo que pasa es que no hay ningún... Como no tengo ningún personaje de Fontaine, pues no hay ninguna bonificación así. Así que va a tardar bastante. Aquí podemos ver la marea alga. También podemos meter un personaje. Y aquí podemos ver este también, que es un... Es otro material que necesitamos. Y no hay más. No. Aquí está lo de sintetizar. Esto deberían organizarlos un poquito, ¿eh? Han metido todo, ¿no? Perla oceánica, descenso oceánico de sacrificio. Salvo los de Sumeru. Los de Sumeru no los han metido, pero el resto los han metido todos. No, no, no estoy grabando ahora. Esta parte no. Vamos a ir por aquí. A ver qué encontramos. Que llevo... Que no he explorado nada de aquí, ¿eh? Creo que este... A ver... Ah, bueno, aquí hay libros que podemos comprar. ¿El qué? ¿En qué otro mapa? ¿Qué otro mapa? A ver, ¿dónde ha salido aquí el teletransporte? Ah, aquí. ¿Qué hay más para hacer lo que enseñaste antes? ¿El qué? ¿Pero el qué? Aquí está este. Ah, vale. Ah, sí, ya sé lo que hay aquí. Otro trozo de mapa. Vale, aquí está esto. Ah, mira, aquí aparecen...
Epanime dice, si desbloquea el otro mapa, en Expedition, también hay para conseguir Loto Pluvio Eterno.
Ah, bueno. Ahora lo haré. Cuando lo desbloquee, pues... Pero sí que por aquí había una zona...
Time to go.
Mira, aquí está. En esta ubicación de aquí, con este NPC, podremos comprar este. Y además se resetea cada día. Así que podemos comprar 10 cada día. Más por aquí.
Time to go.
Tiene que haber alguno por aquí abajo, ¿Esta? Podría ser. Aquí no hay nada.
Time to go.
Epanime dice, gracias por avisarme, licenciado. Así conseguiré esas forjas más rápido.
De nada. Este tiene que dejarte. Este te tiene que vender cosas. A mí no me fastidies. Por narices tiene que vender. ¿Este? ¿Podría ser este? A ver. No, este tiene recetas. ¿O es este? Espérate. Míralo. Y encima este te da 15. Otro NPC que nos vende cositas. Aquí. Le damos aquí. Y tendremos la burburanja. Que nos vende 15. A ver. Joder, con la X, tío. Y también tendremos este. Que nos vende 15. Incluso este es mejor, ¿eh? Joder. Así a lo tonto ya tengo 25. Vale. Creo que no hay nada más por aquí.
Time to go.
Epanime dice, por cierto licenciado, creo que no se puede plantarlo en la relatetera, aunque no mire.
Lo podemos mirar ahora. Hay que mirar todas las opciones posibles. Pero creo que los...
This realm is truly...
Vale, a ver. No, aquí no hay nada. Sí, mira, este. El jazmín poluto. Este sí.
If you ever have any question...
Epanime dice, y el de arriba también.
Aquí en la relajatetera vamos a poder comprar semillas. Si nos vamos aquí a la tete tienda. Semillas. Este. Pluvio eterno. Y este también. El jazmín poluto. 5 semillas. Si las compramos, que bueno, las podemos coger. Las podemos... Aquí las podemos plantar. Y tardarán 2 días en crecer, pero bueno, por lo menos aquí tenemos 4.
Epanime dice, ala ya tienes pa unos cuantos vídeos.
Y aquí en la planta, en el agua podemos plantar 4 más. Aquí. Y... esta. En total podemos sacar 8 de cada planta. No está mal. Vale.
There'll be an extra fee for that. I'll think about it. There'll be an extra fee for that. I'll think about it.
A ver.
Wherever in this world I roam, I carry memories of my home. This blade, it is the last link I have to the land of my birth.
Este. A ver.
There'll be an extra fee for that.
There are leaves around, and I know just the tune to accompany them, if you wish to hear it.
There'll be an extra fee for that. I'll
Vale.
think about it.
Se ha hecho hasta de noche y todo. A ver. Ostras, pues aquí ni nada, ¿eh? Vale, vamos a seguir haciendo parte de la historia. ¿Qué pasa si lanzo monedas a la fuente? Ah, vale. Las insignias. Ok. Es decir, que solo te va a dejar hasta aquí, ¿o qué?
Epaní me dice, otro como el árbol, con los hidroculo ya tenemos bastante.
Yo pensaba que era otra cosa, pero no me acordaba de esto.
Let the magic begin!
Vale.
Time to go. Time to go.
Pues nada, vamos para allá.
Time to act.
Epaní me dice, ya vas a farmear todo, qué vicio.
¿Qué va? Hola, buenas. ¿Qué tal estáis? Venga, hasta luego.
Quietly now. Things are about to get dicey. Gotcha. Emerge.
Right here. Emerge.
Ahí está.
Right here. Rain cutter. Throw my sword.
Into the wind.
Pull him out. Right now. Right here.
¿Estás grabando? No. A ver.
right now.
As one with wind and cloud.
Quietly now. Game's up. Fun's over. Take it easy.
Ok, vámonos. Noto como que ahora están las misiones estas mucho más cerca, ¿no? ¿O soy yo?
Emerge. Right here. Right now. Right here. Emerge.
Vale.
Ad Astra. Thank you for Ad Astra. You have already.
Pues vamos con el acto 2.
I came here several times with my father when I was little, but stopped eating here as often after growing up. I hope the food...
Oh, don't worry. We haven't eaten at a hotel like this in a while. Paimon's getting...
Oh, in that case, I'll go order for us first.
Ooh, everything looks so good. People in fun...
Why, of course. Go ahead, try whatever you like. If the food's good, I'll make a group
And if it's not?
Well, then I'll still bring everyone.
Yeah. Oh, we called this a farewell meal, but we could also treat it like a victory feast, right? We did just win that case after all.
Oh, true.
Huh? Paimon didn't mean that you had to order even more food. Speaking of cases, do you think that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances will get caught soon now that...
Well, we've certainly taken a big step forward, but I feel that's about it. We know that there's an organization that means to dissolve these young women, but we still don't know what they are really at.
If it hadn't happened right in front of us, Paimon wouldn't have ever believed that a
Right? Yet it was because this was such a preposterous notion.
Ugh. If only that guy could have finished speaking!
In such investigations, even the smallest step can seem like a yawning chasm if the trail of clues is cut off. To be honest, I don't have high hopes for any follow-up that the authorities might It's not that I don't have faith in their ability, it's just that a different perspective is required in some matters. It's easy to guard against and deceive a single narrow perspective. A shift in thinking is required at such times, in order to which is exactly why the Spina di Rosula exist. Those highfalutin folk are not all-knowing. That's why we exist. To seep into the cracks where filth falls through, where their watch fails them. That's the kind...
Seems Paimon thought things were simpler...
it's all right. Well, this was supposed to... Let's talk about something else. Like, what are your future plans?
That's true. We didn't have a chance to speak to her after the trial ended.
I see. So, your primary objective... I've heard that there's a long line of people waiting to meet Lady Farina. I suspect you'll be waiting for quite a while, considering that you missed your chance today.
Yeah, we've heard that she's super popular here in Fontaine, and that it'll be tough getting any...
Well, would you consider some more,
Guess that's Spina di Rosula's boss for you. Chock full of sketchy ideas.
Well, one way would be to infiltrate a performance troupe at the Opera House, only to abandon your act at the play's climax and ask to speak to her after the performance. I'm sure Lady Farina would be eager to see the ending, and would agree in order to finish watching the play, don't you think?
Could you suggest something a little more practical? This plan seems pretty hard to pull off. We'd have to...
Alright, here's another. Find a way to conceal yourselves under her bed. Then, wake her up in the dead of night and demand answers. Don't let her... I can personally testify that this one works. When I'm sleepy, I'll do anything as long...
That might work, but that's not really the problem. The problem is, we don't want to get ourselves
valid point. I overlooked that part. I was just thinking about leveraging a person's desire for sleep. Alright, no more joking around. Perhaps you could... You did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of hers from false accusations. False accusation? She had...
You mean that if we catch her while she's on a break, she might be too embarrassed to refuse? Oh, that does make some sense. Why don't we give it a try after this meal? You know, strike one...
Huh? Paimon, did you drink my Fanta?
Was this your drink? Sorry.
No, it's fine. We're...
Alright. Honestly, Paimon...
Is that so? If we're all finished eating, then I'll go pay.
Yeah, we're stuck. Oh, so full. Paimon can barely float anymore. Nah, that would be so...
Okay. As for expenses that...
Hey, Navia! What are you...
Oh, nothing. It was just a meal, you know? Nothing the Spina di Rosula can't cover.
La cena fue cara. Todo...
Let's get ready to try to meet the Hydro Archon again.
So this is goodbye, huh? Well, if you do encounter any other trouble in Fontaine, you're always welcome to contact... in any case, I wish you smooth... See
ya! Adiós, y no vuelvas. Vale, antes de continuar... Voy a ir a por agua. Necesito beber agua. ¿Tú qué haces ahí?
Traveling to other worlds is all that anyone seems to be writing about these days. Goodness knows what they find so disappointing about their own world. Most humans could have the entirety of their fleeting lives chronicled in but a few short lines. Their stories really make for terribly dull reading. Traveling to other worlds is all that anyone seems to be writing about these days. Goodness knows what they find so disappointing about their own world. Show them.
Y no hay animales para que ataque.
Epaní me dice, coge el agua fría para hidratante.
There aren't many people around anymore. Looks like that boat we took to Araneas might have been the last one.
Vache.
¿Cómo?
Looks like we're back here again. Huh? Traveler? Are you hearing voices again? Ugh. That's kinda spooky. Are you sure we don't want to come back in the morning?
Vache.
Hey, why are you still walking towards it? There might be something. Huh? Hang on. Paimon can kinda hear a voice. Hey, Traveler? Stop walking! Come on, wake up!
¿Cómo?
Vache, are you my No, wait. You seem to be someone else. Do you know Vache? Do you know Wait. My memories feel like they have been washed away like a flood. So many fragments dissolved amidst the tide, never to be How much have I lost? How many things that I once held dear while on land have I since forgotten? Yes, that is what I was once. But now, I am but the conscious. I do not know how I came to be like this either. I only vaguely remember being covered in light blue water, and then all grew dim. I also remember going to many places. I loved it. No matter where I went, Vache would go with me. But now, we can no longer go back. The pain of such parting. No! Our reunion no longer has any meaning. The thought of me gives him no succor. If you meet Vache, tell him not to look for me. Tell him to move on. That is the only thing I still remember.
Epanime dice, ¿hay alguien ahí?
I like Address, but it's just Vice City. I love that game so much, man.
Yeah, I understand.
Like,
I grew up.
¿Qué es esto?
Epanime dice, que estabas viendo videos de leaks.
No. Buena. Bueno, sigamos.
Perhaps that is so. As I was submerged in the waters, losing if only I could have comforted him. Told him that I did not suffer. Indeed, I had felt a great warmth. Is that what you call it? Dissolving. It was a state of neither fear nor frenzy, with only an endless peace. Like the water's still surface. I could also liken it to being a thirsty person who drinks water for the first time, and only then sees how they have lived for so long in a world of endless want. I think I hear your companion. It's time for you to go, I think. Farewell, then. I am glad that you were able to sense my presence.
¿Qué pasa?
Demoiselle, look out!
Dear God, it's a whole army of Gardamex. Chlorand? Quick, now's our chance! I should thank you for lending us your sword there, Chlorand. But before I do so, could you explain how you—
I followed you. It seemed to me that danger has followed you more closely as of late.
I believe that following someone without their knowledge is actually
Mr. Callus's last wish was for me to ensure your safety, and I will not betray his trust. He would do the same.
Do not speak of my father!
Sorry, Demoiselle. I was not strong enough.
Thank you for your aid, Miss Clorand, but do keep an eye out for your manner of speech. I believe we all wish to avoid unnecessary emotion.
Sorry, I did not consider your feelings.
Whatever. What else do you know? How did you come to the
I doubt I know much more than you, but I believe that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances is very powerful. Your performance tonight will almost certainly attract their attention.
I'm sure they've known about me. To be honest, I'm shocked it's taken them this long to act against me. And what about these Gardamex? I thought only those associated with the Maison Gardiennage could control them.
None of these mecha have serial numbers. I was sure to check a moment ago.
Epanime dice, todo bien, licenciado. Parecias entretenido.
I can only conclude that some powerful or wealthy party must have obtained them via illegal means. deploying them as a private force of sorts.
What? Your point being that they're out of Spina di Rosula's league, then?
Yes. Be careful, and do not act rashly.
I will continue investigating no matter what. We will bring the truth to light. That's my father's true last wish. Regardless, thank you for your help today, Clarence. But if you get any ideas, tell me first. I don't much appreciate being followed.
I do not think that...
Right. I suppose that's the best news we've gotten to...
Demoiselle, I believe that Miss Clorand was being sincere with you.
I know, I just... She's...
Oh, thank goodness! Paimon thought we were dumb fools. Those Gardamex came out of nowhere while you were unconscious, and Nadia and her gang saved us! Oh, and there was that champion duelist named Clorand who came out to save us too! We got lucky there. Paimon probably couldn't have fought them off otherwise.
Oh, come now. Forget all that polite talk. That wasn't really a farewell meal we had back there. Not for me as such. We're still partners.
It will take 50 years for me to match Demoiselle's magnanimity.
If it were me, I would have joined the Spina di Rosula on account of her goodwill long ago.
All right, you...
Actually, Navia, how did you know that we were in danger? You sure did show up in the...
Well, to be honest, you're the one who tipped us off, Paimon.
Huh? Really? Paimon?
Yes. All thanks to you grabbing my drink by mistake.
How did...
After we parted ways, I was on the way back to one of our bases when I suddenly thought of what you said. That the Fanta tasted kind of salty and icky. Fanta only comes in sweet flavors. So how could it have tasted salty? The color of the drink, if I recall...
So the Fanta had been spiked with water from the primordial sea?
Yes. So if you hadn't drunk that cup for me...
Spina di Rosula is preparing the grandest of awards for you as we speak for saving the boss.
Huh? Really?
I sent people to Hotel de Boer to investigate. But whoever did that, that's when I figured out that you might be in danger, and hurried here as quickly as I could.
But why would they go after us too? All we did was defend Linny in court and help clear his name. Ugh, now we're caught up in this.
Well, you did foil a plan that they were probably pretty proud of, and almost got their name in the process. Speaking of which, did anything strange happen when you...
Well, it can't be a coincidence that the Traveler fainted just now. He said that he heard that voice calling for Vash. Oh, and this time Paimon heard it too. But it was real faint. Does this situation have to do with the primordial seawater then? Does that mean the primordial seawater raises someone's sensitivity to hydro when it's used on people who are not from Fontaine?
That doesn't sound like too much of a bad thing, to be honest.
New intel? What?
Well, let's hear it, shall we? Oh, that is important. Vache. That name doesn't ring a bell. I suppose he hasn't stepped forward as a witness in court lately. Since he saw that young woman dissolve, he was at least at the crime scene. But he never gave testimony or any information regarding people dissolving in the primordial seawater. Could he have been threatened? Yes, thank you. This is very important information indeed. We will continue to investigate. Oh, you mean you'll help us investigate?
Well, you did say that our farewell meal didn't really count. That means we're still partners. And besides, we're in this now whether we like it or not. You're not gonna let those people who targeted us get off the hook so easily, are you, Traveler?
Demoiselle, do try not to look quite so pleased. You are the face of Spina di Rosula, after all.
You talk too much. Well, in that case, let's head back to one of our... We also have some plans to go over, and hopefully we can deepen our bonds as partners. But...
Don't worry, you two. With us around, our base is definitely secure.
Vale. Entonces, a ver, aquí había una misión de mundo. Y luego había otra.
It's right up ahead, but let's make sure we weren't followed.
I've been keeping watch, Demoiselle. I haven't spotted anyone suspicious thus far.
Huh, very good. But let's not.
I shall find rooms for our respected guests.
Thank you, Malus. Now, let's go.
Bueno, estaba claro que nos iba a salir esto de aquí. Esta parte de aquí la íbamos a explorar tarde o temprano.
This is your base?
Your accommodations have been arranged. Under the present circumstances...
Well, our funds, after all, we don't allow illegal or unethical profiteering. In fact, our funds often come from citizenry who support...
Seems like it's tough times for everyone. But if you have...
To be honest, our financial situation was a lot better back when my father was in charge a few years ago.
Your father... He was the previous boss's...
Demoiselle, if you'll allow me to explain...
No. I'll explain it myself. I suppose I couldn't run from this topic forever. And as part, my father's name is Callus. Yes, the same one they call Callus the Unfaithful. 3 years ago, he was accused of murdering his own friend. But he chose a duel to defend his honor.
Oh no.
But I do not believe my father was a murderer. At the time, I believed that if he only stood trial and was duly investigated, something amiss would crop up and prove, but strangely, he not only requested the duel himself, but that even after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be deemed as having lost the duel. 3 years later, how could he protect his honor if he's dead?
Epanime dice, ¿cómo va eso? ¿Te gusta esta trama?
The closest piece of info I have is that my father had been investigating the serial disappearances case at the time of his death.
Ah, so that's why you're so determined to get to the bottom.
That's right. I've also tried to investigate the murder my father was implicated in, but I haven't found a single new clue in my... However, I believe that if the murder case is related to those behind the disappearances, they must know something. I must know what really happened. Was my father coerced? Framed? Even if he really did kill his friend. If only he'd been more open with me when he was still alive. He even hid the fact that my mother died due to complications when giving birth to me. And now, here I am investigating his death. You really are...
Demoiselle, please. If there is anything I can do...
I also will never believe that Master Callus murdered anyone. There are none whom I respect more than the two. Master Callus did so much good in life, yet all it took was one murder case. Even our supporters decreased greatly due to that incident, hence our strained finances at present.
Wait, if Callus was such a good man,
No. Perhaps people just revel in that kind of drama.
Epani me
It's not
dice,
something
¿ves
exclusive
bien
to
Navi
people
a
from
un buen
Fontaine,
personaje?
really. Everyone's like that.
No sé.
People love watching the evil turn over a new leaf, but they also enjoy watching good people fall into an abyss from one slip-up just as much.
But how could... never mind.
There is one other thing. Master Callus's opponent in the duel was
Oh! Her? Well, then... isn't that as good as saying that she was the one who killed him? Yeah. That's not the...
Miss Clorand has always placed great emphasis on the honorable nature of the duel. If her opponent... She knew Master Callus beforehand and greatly respected him, but seeing how he... There was only ever one choice.
It's not that I don't understand her at all, but I just...
Don't worry, Navia. Paimon knows how you feel.
Afterward, Miss Clorand told us that at the start of the duel, Master Callus requested that she ensure Demoiselle Navia's safety. Yes, that is our understanding.
Oh, Papa. What madness drove you to ask the person who killed you to take care... All right. Anyway, that's the information I wanted to share with you. Even if it did sound like I was just complaining towards the end. Thanks. You two should go and rest. This...
Yeah!
Please, relax and get some sleep. We will ensure you...
Paimon slept so well. This place feels almost too safe. Huh? Navia? Where did the other two go?
I sent them back to Poisson. It's Spina de Rosula's place of origin, and where we have our headquarters. There's not much for them to do here at the moment.
Paimon gets the feeling that you're just trying to get them off your back. But never mind that. When did you get back? Were you waiting here the whole time?
No, I just returned after going out for a while. I did some investigating yesterday regarding the name Vache.
Wait, so you didn't sleep at all?
How could I after having such critical new evidence appear?
Guess Paimon wasn't speaking for everyone just now, huh?
Unfortunately, this name seems to have been wiped from existence. It doesn't seem to have a match anywhere. I suspect that those behind this have already taken steps to hinder an investigation from this angle. But that does prove that this Vache person is a key witness in the incident.
Does that mean we're too late, though?
No. There is one ray of hope. One place in Fontaine that they would find almost impossible to threaten, no matter how much they wanted to. And that is the archives kept by Chief Justice Neuvillette, a place where detailed files on all the cases in recent years are kept. If the Oceanette you met is one of the young women who went missing recently, we should be able to find some related information there.
So Neuvillette maintains an archive of case files? Whew. Guess that's the hard-working Chief Justice for you. In that case, let's go talk to him, shall we? Aren't you coming along, Navia? Did you get tired?
No, it's nothing. Let's go see the Honorable Chief Justice.
Más misiones. Ok.
Epani me dice, ¿de mundo no?
No. Esta es... Vamos a ver qué por
Palais
aquí.
is right up ahead. Come on.
Please state your business here. The Chief Justice is presently occupied with official This place does look pretty heavily guarded.
Hey, don't you recognize us?
Huh? Who are you? Just to be clear, I don't care.
See? They've got great discipline, too.
Yep. Paimon can tell. If you're here just to crack jokes, I can point you towards the exit. Unlike some...
No. What I meant to say is, shouldn't you remember us from a few days ago?
Oh, yes, I remember. I read about it in the Steambird. You must be Linny's
We're here today to report and archive some information on a follow-up case.
Huh. Is that even a thing?
Of course. Don't worry. We're here on official business. You can trust us.
All right then, I'll let you through. The Chief Justice...
Thanks so much.
Please come in.
Sorry to barge in, Monsieur Nervalet.
It's all right. Please let me know how I may be of assistance.
So you're not mad at us?
We're looking for a man called Vache. He may have been an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. If we can...
I see. In that case, please wait here.
Who knew that Nervalet would be so easy to talk?
Unfortunately, I'm quite certain that no one by the name of Vache has been involved in any case, criminal or civil, in the past several years. There are no records of him either in the files or in my memory.
Traveler, what if it was really just a dream?
Is that so?
Epani me dice,
Thank you so much,
está
Monsieur
muy
Nervalet.
interesante.
We'll take our leave now.
Ahem. Miss Navia, I can understand how you feel. Your father, Callus, was a truly exceptional man. We deeply regret his passing.
And what are you trying to say? Are you trying to console me? Extend your sympathy? Or just express some tendril of regret? No. You are not trying to do any of that. I can hear it in your voice. There's no emotion behind your words. It's just like last time. After my father took his place in the duelist ring, I pushed through the guards to talk to you as a last resort. You even told me then that you thought there was something fishy with the case, yet you still allowed the duel to go ahead. In your eyes, the value of a human life is nothing compared to those cold laws you hold so dear. If you truly regret my father's death, then why didn't you call a stop to the duel? Why didn't you give me the power to stop him from throwing his life away? Why did you just let him die, despised and hated by all? Everything was hanging on a thread at that moment. Just the tiniest effort could have changed everything. There are still so many things I never got to tell him. So many questions. If you really have no heart, then just look me in the eyes. I, Navia, will show you the true meaning of regret.
I'm sorry, Miss Navia.
You and my father are truly alike. You keep all kinds of things in your heart and never say a word to anyone. It's not so much that you can't feel, but that you wouldn't. Oh well. In any case, everyone already knows. My apologies for taking my emotions out on you, Monsieur Chief Justice. Let's go, Traveler and Paimon.
Navia, are you okay?
I'm fine. Rain.
You're right. Wasn't it still sunny when we went into the building? And there shouldn't be any active trials today. How strange.
Now that I think of it, on the day my father was convicted of murder...
What is it? Did you think of something?
Yeah, he was outside. It was uncovered and the rain could fall there. Why? Do you think the rain... That thought has occurred to us before. We've even expanded the search area to try to account for that, but didn't find anything of value. Oh? Wait. You don't mean...
So you're saying that the true murderer could have been turned into water? And then go up? Yeah! And if that's what had happened, then no one would have believed your dad, even if he...
I really think I found a true genius for... Alright, let's go to Poisson. With this new lead in mind, we'll get to the bottom of my father's case for sure.
Yeah, we're gonna make progress for sure this time!
Do you want to go with me now? Or do you want to head over by yourself? Great, let's...
Aquí. En esta parte de aquí hay otro NPC que nos vende cosas interesantes como la marialga. Esto también voy a comprar por si acaso. Y esto también.
I got every kind of fish you could want. What can I get?
Whoa! What a huge ship! Why would a ship be anchored at a place like this?
There's no need to be so surprised. While it may look like a ship, it's actually Spina di Rosula's headquarters. My father was the one who asked for it to be built like this. Perhaps our taste in exterior design is the only thing we occasionally... A gigantic and glamorous ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright and limitless future.
And Paimon thought you were bluffing when you said Spina di Rosula had a glorious past. Paimon was confused why a group with such a history would live in the sewers. But now that Paimon has seen this ship for herself, she's been convinced.
Well, Poisson is where Spina di Rosula began, after all. It's our main base, our home. Melus, we're back!
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle, and our most important partners. You said before that you still had some business at the court. What brings you back to Poisson so quickly?
About that. It's because my partner here reminded me of something really important. You see, what if my father's case had something to do with water from the primordial sea? You still remember, right, Melus? On that night,
Yes, the case was quite similar to that of Mr. Linney's. Both were what you'd call impossible murders.
Could you tell us a bit more about what happened before?
Yeah, of course. Many years ago, something called synth began to gain popularity in Poisson. At a glance, it was a kind of drink that could excite your mood and produce...
Wait! Didn't that guard guy who turned into water also mention that the primordial water could be used?
Yes, he did. Considering what we know now, it's almost certain that synth is created using water from the... If you drink synth for an extended amount of time, you'll suffer many side effects, such as losing the ability to... And if you were to stop drinking it completely, you'll experience flashes of paranoia and anxiety, while lacking energy to do anything. It's an As he oversaw Poisson, my father was compelled to put a stop to synth abuse, and called for a complete ban of it.
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendor's wrath, but no matter how much they threatened or bribed him, he refused to yield. Not only that, Boss became determined to find the mastermind behind the synth operation.
Yes, but the enemy was very cunning. So he could never get anything out of the dealers. Recognizing that, my father decided to contact the dealers in secret and cultivate The man's name was Jacques. He felt greatly ashamed about his work after seeing many families destroyed by synth abuse. That night, my father hosted a banquet at his countryside estate. He planned to meet up and exchange information. But then, we heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. We raced to the scene and found my father, still holding a gun, and Jacques, who was already...
Huh? How did that happen? Aren't they on the same side?
Sounds just like Lenny's case, doesn't it? In both cases, the culprit seemed obvious, but neither appeared to... Looking back on it, though, I now believe the most important clue was something we all overlooked at the time. There were pieces of clothing left at the scene. Precisely. It's all thanks to you that I made the connection now. Back then, we all just thought they were some... But, considering it now, it's almost certain that they belong to a third person at the scene. With one extra person, we'll also need to reconsider why the 2 shots were fired. You're right. We still don't know what happened. But my intuition tells me that...
Jacques was an empathetic man who was infinitely remorseful for his past actions. It's unlikely that he turned on Boss with 0... I think this third person is probably the key. On that note, however, even though this will not please you, demoiselle, as our opponent is insidious and cruel. They are extremely difficult to deal with, and Boss has already lost his life trying to bring them to justice. Even though Spina di Rosula has lost most of its former glory, Poisson is welcome. There is no need to follow your father's path. It would be both wise and in line with Boss's wishes to step back and give up on the case.
If that's indeed what he wished for, then he should have told. Was I not the closest person to him? And yet, what was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew? Did he manage to protect? Synth is still here. Callus the Unfaithful is still his epithet. And Spina di Rosula is barely getting by. Did he think I'd just accept his meaningless death and live out my life just as meaninglessly? I've never accepted that, ever. I want to find out the real answer for everyone's sake.
Navia.
This is indeed the best moment to act. Your partner appears to be quite reliable, and...
So you do know something else, Malus?
Yes, I do. In fact, even before that banquet, Boss already knew of the connection between Synth and the serial But what drove all the tensions to the boiling point was the revelation that you, Demoiselle, had been selected.
What?
Boss also didn't tell you that he had been diagnosed with and the serial disappearances
Epanime
case caused
dice,
him
muy
great
corta fue.
anxiety.
Buenos días, Alba.
5 years was nowhere
Albafica.
near enough time to resolve this long-standing conflict.
Albafica.
But once he passed away, all the danger would pass on to you. Knowing all of this, he decided to use one final intimidation tactic before his death. He claimed to have already gotten his hands on some key incriminating evidence, but as long as you remained safe, he would not share the evidence with the public. If something were to happen to you, then he and all those he told would immediately expose all they knew about Synth and the disappeared.
Right, so nobody would be able to get off scot-free.
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked. Even though Boss has been gone for a long time, the other side has not tried to take Demoiselle's life.
No, I don't believe it. He never appeared to look sick to me.
No father wants their daughter to see them weak and haggard, especially someone as proud as Boss. To him, dying in a duel and suffering lasting dishonor as the unfaithful were still far preferable than
So he chose to die in silence, so that he could protect me.
Yes.
I'm afraid you're not understanding this correctly, Demoiselle. What Boss wanted to hand to you was not a parasol, but if Boss's spirit could hear you telling me that you want to find the answer for the sake of everyone involved, I'm sure he'd be extremely proud.
That fool. No. He might have set up everything precisely because he never thought I'd be able to understand him. Is that the amount of confidence he had in me? And what if I was never able to make it to where I am now? Yeah. I suppose that's true. With the way he'd set things up, if I had wanted, but thankfully, he rarely talked to me about complex matters, and thus understood little of me as a person. In this case, he... Malus, what was the key evidence that he shared with you?
It's the location where Synth is produced. When he was threatening the enemy, Boss didn't share the specifics of the incriminate. But if you want to use it against the enemy...
Why? If we know where the place is, can't we just...
You mustn't forget that we're fighting against a mysterious and dangerous organization that's been in There's no telling what might be lying in wait at their headquarters. We also have no idea what kind of... But a single visit to their headquarters would be tantamount to a formal declaration of war.
Quizá os está pareciendo lo nuevo. La trama me parece muy buena, la verdad. Pero el mapa muy F para mí.
The worst case would be that we leave empty-handed, but also open ourselves up to...
Then, in that case, Why not work with the Fontaine authorities?
Well, you saw one of them dissolve during Mr. Linney's case. We have no idea just how thoroughly they may have been infiltrated.
Huh. That's true. Seems my father really had no choice. But things are different now. It should be a lot easier to prove the other side's guilt, now that we've connected Synth with the disappearances case.
You sound like you've put a lot of thought into this, Maloose.
I am the butler, after all. I live but to serve the boss, and I've always been willing to take on any kind of risk for your sake. But considering my relative lack of ability, I've spent my time keeping secrets, performing basic
Thank you for all of that, Maloose. Have you discovered anything?
Let me think. One conclusion I came to was that the enemy must be quite familiar with Spina di Rosula, or at least have an informant. When I announced orders to the organization's members on Demoiselle's behalf, I used to deliberately keep a few people in the dark. If the vendors didn't change their plans, then the individuals informed of our orders must be innocent. If the vendors packed up and fled, however, then someone must have given. After several rounds of testing and investigative tracing, I've narrowed the suspect list down to... The first is Florent, Spina di Rosula's senior advisor.
Huh? Florent?
Yes, surprising, isn't it? He was one of the people Boss trusted the most, which also means that he was someone who understood Boss really well. Thanks to his position within Boss's innermost circle, he always knew our upcoming plans and could thus avoid... There's someone else like him too. Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cap...
Uncle Marcel.
It's a guild in Poisson. Boss helped it to grow to its current size and prominence. In the beginning, they were only reselling some daily goods, but now they're one of the richest guilds around with a lot of business.
So, they're like a sister organization?
Yes, you can say that. When we were fighting against the synth deal, it's a bit difficult to imagine someone using their own money to hunt down themselves.
The final suspect is Thierry, the man responsible for coordinating information between... Although the guards mostly leave us to our own devices, there are still many activities we have to report. Since Thierry is always in the know about our current activities...
I see. To think that the enemy we've been fighting against has been right next to me all along, among those I trust the most.
If you want to investigate them, please take every precaution to not alert the quarry. Judging from our experience, the enemy...
Of course. And thank you.
You're too kind, my lady. I'm just doing my duty.
Ostras.
And before I forget, proving Boss's innocence would also mean clearing him of blame in Jacques. After that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter were taken into the Spina's care. They still live in Poisson. If it might help, you could also pay them a visit. I can make the necessary...
Aw, thank you so much, Maloose.
A new case awaits, my dear partner. I hope we can work together to uncover the truth and end this case...
Más expedientes. No, por Dios. ¿Ya le habéis dado a lo del buceo? Sí.
Please excuse me.
Thank you for arranging everything for us, Melissa.
Excuse me, miss. Do you need anything?
Oh,
Hey, Navia's all quiet. This isn't like her.
I'm sorry that I only came to visit after all this time.
Ah, if it's about that, there's no need to apologize. After my husband died, Spina di Rosula sent us a lot of mora and support. I understood your guilt and—
But aren't all of those things nothing compared to the loss of Jacques? I can understand the kind of pain that comes with losing a father's—
You don't understand at all.
I didn't know how to face you, because I didn't know what I could possibly bring as a consolation gift. I know only the full truth could bring closure to you. And to all of—
I'm sorry. I appreciate the sentiment, but you don't have to carry all that. On the matter regarding my husband, my daughter and I have more or less found our answer.
Would you mind sharing it with me? I really can't believe that my father could ever bring him—
I always knew that my husband's money was earned through others' suffering. He told me countless times that if he could turn back the clock, he would never go into the sin. He had many regrets, and felt that he took the idea of providing for his family too literally. For the longest time, he thought more. So when Mr. Callis came to him with a proposal, he accepted it almost immediately. He tried to be as careful as he could, but even so, he was still found out by the higher.
They found out about his—
Papa didn't say that exactly, but Papa did tell me that I should never be ungrateful.
Before he left that day, he told me that he had no choice. It was only later that I realized it was his final farewell to the two of us.
A ver, los botones tampoco son tan complicados, ¿eh? Círculo sumergirse y X salir a la superficie. Tampoco tiene mucho más, ¿eh?
I don't know that for sure, but you could say that's the... Which is why I'm the one who should feel guilty. Callis had always taken great care of us, both when he was still alive and after he passed away. Even if he fired the shot that killed my husband, it was likely in self-defense. It is impossible for me to hate him for what he had done.
But Mama, why is Papa still the bad guy? If he did the right, Papa always wanted to be a good man.
Well, things aren't always as they seem. You still feel like your Papa was a good man.
Yeah, Papa was a
Then you should hold on to that. If a good man had to do a bad thing, regardless of whether he left you a parasol or a sword, he must have done so.
Oh.
Thank you for everything you've told me. I will definitely find the truth. The current state of things is not something—
Thank you. I'm very— Even though your personality is quite different from your father's, your determination when you speak is—
You really think so? That's the first time anyone said that to me.
Most humans could have...
Interesante.
Are you okay, Navia?
I'm fine. Don't worry. Let's investigate the 3 suspects next. Florent should be nearby, and we should be able to find Thierry and Uncle Marcel and...
Greetings, boss. How may I be of assistance today?
I'm sure you've heard about what happened at the Opera House. Someone got turned into water right in front of us.
Yeah, I've heard. With something that dramatic, I'm sure journalists will milk it for all it's worth.
It also reminded me, on the day that the incident happened with my father, it was raining outside. After my partner here put the dots together for me, I feel like we should try to reopen his case.
do me a favor and try to recall what happened?
Let me think. Mr. Callus was feeling pretty upbeat after that. He told us that he wanted to go get some fresh air. So we let him go without thinking much of it. My first reaction was that Mr. Callus's life was in danger. So I grabbed my holster and but when I got there, it was already too late. Mr. Callus was standing over a dead body with a gun.
So you also remember 2 gunshots?
Indeed. The guard said that the first shot didn't hit anyone, while the second killed Jacques. But reason being, Mr. Callus had left his gun on the table. I even made sure to confirm that, but according to the guards, that doesn't mean he couldn't have had other guns on his person. About the clothes left at the scene that you mentioned. Do you think there was a third person there who was turned into water?
At least from our perspective, my father had no reason to kill. So he would also have no reason to bring an extra gun with him. The gun he was holding probably belonged to Jacques, or a third person on—
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you're saying Mr. Callus ended up with the gun because he seized it from one of the other guys? But hold on. If that's what had happened, he didn't even want to face the Oratrice machine, and chose instead to prove his honor in a— Did he lose all faith in the courts after seeing someone dissolve right in front of his eyes?
About that, Maloose told me a thing or two. So, I'll tell you everything, once the whole truth has been—
I understand. Then, I'll leave Mr. And if I may just say one more thing. The whole Callus the Unfaithful epithet. Many people have laughed at me for still calling him Mr. Callus, even after so many years have passed. But it was Mr. Callus's trust that allowed me to rise through the ranks of Spina di Rosula and live the life no matter what others might say. He'll always be the man I respect the most. And he'll always—
Don't worry. I will definitely— You and all our other comrades at the Spina deserve to know the truth as well. Hey, Thierry! It's me!
Oh, now, what brings you here, Miss Navia? I've heard that—
Oh, so you've caught news of that already.
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm also a member of the guards, you know.
Are you sure there isn't a little bit of truth in that? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't you have been called—
I mean, where I work is really up to me. But Callus did a fantastic job running the town. Building Spina di Rosula from the ground up and clear— It would be next to impossible for me to find a similarly easy but high-paying job and— Anyway, enough chit-chat. Are these 2 friends of yours?
Ah, yes. These 2. What happened at the Opera House made us realize that Linny's case and my father's may be related. We're—
Ah, I get it. You think there might be more to the case now that we know people can be dissolved into water, right? If you want to go through the original files from your father's case—
That'd be much appreciated. Thank you. Actually, I have another question.
Of course. Without them, I couldn't possibly handle Poisson on my own. Why do you ask? We definitely can't use them to forcefully get more evidence for your father's case.
Well, you see, just recently, we were attacked by a horde of So, if you hypothetically wanted to do something against me, all you would need to do is get rid of the mecha serial numbers and send them after me.
Vaya, así de vista me está gustando lo que vi.
Then you think too highly of my abilities. If I had to make an analogy, when you order a dish, the chef will make it. If you try to make unreasonable demands, the chef would just think you're out of your mind and ignore you. Removing a serial number is also not as easy as you might think. There are a lot of complex, so I can promise you, those mecha were definitely private units. They're certainly not cheap. So, Whoever their owner is must be super rich, powerful, or both. Now that you mention it, though, being in the synth...
Oh, then you're officially in the clear, Thierry.
Oh, well, jokes aside, I'd like to wish you all the best with your investigation. I'll be staying in the city for a little while, so just come find me if you need any support from the guards.
Y no falta el Marcel este.
Hello. How may I help you?
I'm here to see Marcel. Could you please let him know? You can just say Navia.
Sure. I will let him...
Ah, Navia, hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm not as young as I used to be, so my legs are...
Oh, it's all right, Uncle Marcel. I just wanted to talk to you briefly about what happened in the Opera House.
Yes, I've never...
Oh, you were at the Opera House too?
That's right. I went there with Navia to see the magic show. Who knew it would turn into... I also witnessed your marvelous sleuthing work. Quite. To beat the Hydro Archon at her own game on her own turf. I can already imagine everyone in Fontaine discussing your exploits over a few...
Oh, Paimon doesn't want to become the talk of drunkards.
Apologies. It's just how Fontaine is as a nation. Everyone loves drunk...
Uncle Marcel, you've also noticed that other thing, right? The fact that
Yes, I was reminded of your father's case right away. Is that what you're investigating now?
Exactly. I still don't have much solid proof, but I can sense that the other side has already begun to...
Oh, and what...
We were attacked on Arrhenius by some unnumbered Gardamex. And there was also an attempt to get me to drink water from the primordial sea. If not for the vigilance of my partner, I probably would...
Oh, you're giving us too much credit. Wasn't it you...
Alas, it seems things are heating up again. The peace that Callus sought so dearly will soon become a thing of the past. But rest assured, Navia, Poisson will always remain a safe haven for you. If anyone dares to lay their hands on you there, the Confrérie of Cabrières will use its funds to the last Mora to bring them to justice.
Thank you, Uncle Marcel. But I don't intend to go into hiding. Do you have any new thoughts on my father's case?
About that. Sorry, my age is catching up with me, so it'll take me a while to recall my memory. The Confrérie was responsible for that banquet, so I was out and about the whole time making sure things were running smoothly. I didn't even have the time. Then I heard the sound of a gunshot, and the rest was history.
Oh, it's okay. No need to push yourself. We'll ask around some more. See if there are any...
Sounds good. Just let me know if you ever need Mora. All my wealth comes from Callus's patronage and support. I'll spend however much it takes to clear his name.
Reorganiza las pistas. Creo que es este. Es el que menos información nos ha dado.
We've talked to all three suspects.
None of them sounded particularly suspicious.
I suppose that's to be expected, though. If a single conversation's all that's needed to find them out... Anyway, even though we didn't make a breakthrough, let's still compile what we were able to...
But where should we start? Ah, you're right! Florent mentioned that Callus probably only ended up with the gun because of...
According to Jacques' family members, he already told them that he had been discovered, and that he had no choice before he left home. If I had to guess, he probably received an order from the synth boss to kill my father.
So, Jacques fired the first shot?
Oh? And why is that?
Ooh, that's a good point. Jacques probably already knew that he was just being used as a tool for murder. And once he had completed...
So, what would make more sense from his perspective would be to turn his back on the Order and seek protection from my father. Makes sense. But without evidence, that's still just a theory. Besides, Jacques, the attack from the Gardamex has been bothering me quite a bit as well. It's obvious that our enemy has become more antsy after the secret of the primordial seawater was revealed.
Do you think he knew, even then, that we'd follow this lead to the end?
Given everything that's happened since, but who among the 3 suspects would have the ability to control privately owned Gardamex? Uncle Marcel? My father did really trust him. And with funds from the Confrérie, he could also afford a large number of Gardamex. Still really hard for me to imagine, though. After all, also, wouldn't this mean he has been spending a whole lot of mora and energy to fight his own synth business? Florent? It is true that he was closest to my father, and thus had the best chance of... But as Spina di Rosula's advisor, his work mostly deals with personnel and security.
So you're saying he's too broke to afford a mecha army?
Exactly. He can't. And even if he could, I don't think he would be able to Thierry, you say? Huh. But I didn't feel like he was lying when he was talking to us about the mecha.
Yeah. Had he actually tampered with the mecha, we'd be... If the mecha were taken from the guards, it should be pretty easy to find out when and how that...
Who could it be?
Es que es Marcel, estoy seguro.
If you think everything through,
Es que es
Uncle
Marcel.
Marcel is indeed the most suspicious.
Could we be missing other suspects? Malus didn't know about the people turning into water thing when he narrowed it down to these 3, did he?
Malus has always been very reliable, and his judgment of others' trustworthiness has been fair and well considered. The suspect is knowledgeable about the Spina's internal affairs, has the means to dispatch Mecha to assassinate us, and even if I don't want to believe it, I'm starting to see how things could all tie back to Uncle Marcel.
Well, we still have another trump card on top of all the theorizing and speculating.
Yes, Malus did say that charging straight in there would be extremely risky. But we need far more solid proof before we can hope to go charging in on our end.
Navia, here you are. Oh, I've been looking for you.
Huh? Aren't you the guy from the guards?
Yeah. News came from Irenaeus just after you left. We've got another trial on our hands.
Wasn't that place built specifically for holding trials? What's so newsworthy?
I know. But they said the person they're putting on trial is a Fatui harbinger called Tartaglia.
¿Cómo?
What? Is that...
Yeah, we know...
Well, he's been accused of being the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case.
Wait, how? None of our investigations have had anything to do...
That's what I thought was strange about it, so I came to tell you that if the charge against him stands, then it'll be next to impossible to get the guards to support any of our planned investigations.
Right, because they'll think they've already found...
Yeah, and it'll be a lot harder then to clear Mr. Callus's name.
I understand. Well... Huh? Split up? What do you mean?
Just as expected of my part. Since this is a trial about the serial disappearances case, the culprit's attention will be focused on Irenaeus. You're right. This is our best opportunity. All right then, let's do this. I'll stall them at the Opera House and charge I won't have any chance of making that charge stick, though, unless we find more evidence. It'll be up to you to make it back in time.
We'll help you, just like you helped us in Linny's trial.
Demoiselle, please allow us to accompany you.
I'm ready.
Ah, Malou, Silver.
We heard that you'll be leaving Poisson and figured it's our hope that your confidence will be bolstered with the two of us by...
Thank you so much.
See you then! Now that Navia has set out for Irenaeus, we should also get going.
Traveling to other worlds is all that anyone seems to be writing.
The location has already been marked on the map, so let's head over.
About their...
According to Malus's info, the synth production base is underwater.
Nos vamos a bucear. Nos vamos a bucear. No me gusta como nada. Esto es muy arcade. ¿Tú te crees que esto es normal? Esto no es bucear, hombre. Esto es una mierda.
Epaní me dice, a la aguita.
Finally found it! So this is the entrance that leads to the synth production base. It sure doesn't... you're right. An important place like this is bound to have a ton of... Navia's probably arguing up a storm right now to stall for us.
Mientras tanto, en la ópera.
It would appear that I must repeat my question again, Mr. Todd. Do you accept the charge that you are the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case?
To be perfectly honest, I don't understand your country's complicated court system, or the reason. However, I did hear that people who have been charged can choose to participate in a duel to clear their... In which case, as long as I accept the charge, I can have an all-out fight with that champion duelist Clorend, right? I've got to admit, that's one of the most enticing... When I privately sparred with her last time, she was obviously holding back.
Hey! Don't you understand? You're currently the
Oh? Sounds like the Hydro Archon wants to lecture me on the ways of the Opera House. Then why don't you duel me too?
Sí, sí, cárgatelo,
I'm the kind of
cárgatelo.
student that learns best in the heat of battle.
No.
Alas, it would appear that communication with the defendant... In that case, let me explain everything from the very beginning again. The goal of this trial...
That case had nothing to do with him. You've got the wrong... Huh? What's going on?
Why is she inter...
I told you it couldn't be one of the Fatui Harbingers.
Miss Navia, this is the second time you've interrupted the court proceedings. I only tolerated your behavior last time, but that was an exception rather than standard court protocol. I can very well charge you with
Oh, please. Did you ever think I had any respect for this place's pointless theatrics? We can put that discussion aside for now. I'm not here to argue with you. And if my charges prove true, then Tartaglia here will be proven innocent by default, correct?
Oh, A young lady has charged in and offered to clear my name. How fascinating. Well, I'd gotten half bored to death by all these rules and... So, Your Honor, is there nothing else for me to do now?
You may take a seat for now in the audience, but that doesn't mean the suspicions against you have been lifted. Now then, Miss Navia.
That person is... Something's not right. Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières!
Huh? What confrérie? Never heard.
I've heard of them, but weren't they Spina di Rosul?
Oh, is this going to be a friends to enemies type situation?
Please let me remind you, Miss Navia, that charging someone is an incredibly serious matter. Committing to the charge, and if the charge fails, depending on the circumstances, you may also be charged with the crime of making a false accusation. Knowing this...
Yes.
In that case, I declare the charge to be valid. Miss Navia and attorneys, please take your places on the court. Members of the guards, please contact Mr. Marcel right away so that he may stand trial. Mr. Marcel, you will not require...
Apologies. It all just happened so quickly. I think an attorney won't be necessary. This is probably just a misunderstanding between me...
Very well. In that case, since both sides have now arrived, Miss Navia, please...
I would like to take everyone back to 3 years ago, to the case of Callus the Only through elucidating what really happened in that case can we connect all the...
Navia, do you really think that I was the one who killed your father? Come on, why would I do that? Callus was my benefactor, and remember, both you and I only ran to the scene when we heard the sound of a gun. If that's enough to make me a suspect, wouldn't that make everyone at that banquet a suspect?
I think there's no point in getting into the specifics right now. The audience doesn't even have the big picture.
Exactly correct, Your Honor. I must refresh everyone's memory about that case before I can explain my charge and reasoning.
I see. In which case, I will recount the findings about that case as originally recorded by Maison Gardiennage. On the day of the murder, Spina di Rosula hosted a large banquet in a countryside estate owned by the Confrérie of Cabrières. During the banquet, all attending guests heard 2 gunshots. When the guests arrived at the scene, they found the primary suspect, Callus, holding a gun, while his acquaintance, Jacques, lay dead from a gun. The guards' investigation did not recover any other firearms from the scene. As a result, they concluded that the suspect's first shot must have missed, while the second must... The suspect did not dispute this conclusion, and also declined to defend himself in court. Instead, he chose to prove his innocence through a duel. Callus was defeated by champion duelist Clarande in the ensuing duel, and soon succumbed to the injury. These are the known facts.
The one with the motive to kill was Jacques, not my father. And even so, Jacques still had no reason to pull the trigger. In truth, the third person shot Jacques first, and was shot in turn by my father when my father seized the gun from him. After that, the true culprit turned the third person into water, erasing all... Thank you for the summary, Your Honor. Of course, the guard's conclusion appeared... However, we should revisit the case now that we've gained new information about the abilities...
A ver.
shot Jacques, then turned to shoot Callus, only for Callus to wrestle the gun from him and kill him instead. Something's not right. Something... The testimony of the victim's family confirms that Jacques had thoughts of assassinating Callus when he set out for the banquet. However, in the end, he reconsidered and instead shared everything with Callus. Unfortunately for Jacques, the true culprit had already considered this possibility and... of clothing was found at the scene. The guards once believed they were used by Jacques, but now it is clear that the clothes were proof that there was a third person at the scene, and that they were turned into water. Since it was raining that day, the culprit was confident that they could use the rain to wash away all traces of their dissolved... Realizing this, the true culprit caused the hired assassin to dissolve into water, leading everyone to believe Callus was responsible for Jacques' murder.
That's what happened. Wait, you're telling me something as dangerous as water from the primordial sea has been used for all these—
What a great theory. It also explains Callus's and Jacques' respective motives. I guess they didn't shoot each other after all.
Mr. Marcel, you are the one being charged with the crime. You should provide a rebuttal.
Ah, but I think I agree with everything Navia just said. In fact, there was nothing in her...
Then, may I ask some questions? 1. Do you have the evidence to back up?
I'm afraid not. Boo! I may not have the evidence with me, but I know where I could go to collect it. If we look up the deserted clothes, we should be able to find a match. Considering the serial disappearances case, the guards probably kept careful records of all missing persons from around that time.
That makes sense to me. Monsieur Neuvillette.
Why do I feel like Farina's acting a little differently today?
Maybe she's scared of embarrassing herself.
Alternatively, she's become more diligent after charging an innocent citizen in the last trial.
My second question has to do with the ensuing duel. If the truth is indeed as you described, then why didn't Mr. Callus explain himself in court? If he had testified that a person—
I've thought about this too, and the answer is actually pretty simple. The dissolving power of water from the primordial sea is an important secret for the true culprit of the serial disappearance. My father could have exposed it for all to see, but he chose to take— At that time, Spina di Rosula was in dire straits, and his reputation had already been shattered. He had no guarantee that going forward with the truth would allow the culprit to be brought to justice. What was certain, however, was that it would paint a gigantic target on my—
Boss once told me that Demoiselle had already been selected as the next target of the serial disappearances case.
What? If the secret had gotten out, the culprit would have fought an all-out war with Espina right there and then. I wouldn't have been the only one in danger. All of us would have stood to lose our lives. Of course, the guards might eventually figure out the truth of the matter and determine that we were in the right. But what good would that do? How can a hollow verdict protect anyone? Had this opera house ever given my father any kind of confidence in its brand of justice, Spina di Rosula would have— But by staying silent, we retain the ability to deter our opponents and continue the stalemate. I was able to become Spina di Rosula's president, which made me harder to target, as well as giving me more. And once I have figured out the truth and stepped up to the challenge, I will do what this opera house cannot, and restore my father's truth and honor.
So, you mean to say, your father in...
That's right.
Do you have any proof?
Of course. All you need is to ask his opponent. I don't need your apology, your guilt, or your support from the shadows. You don't have to do anything for my sake. But since he entrusted his will to you, Clarand, you should tell us the truth about him.
So, during the duel, did you believe that
Yes, I did. As a champion duelist, I've fought many battles and taken a countless number of dishonored lives. In my line of work, I've seen all kinds of people give their all for the faintest hope to continue living. Some were determined. Just one look and I can tell if a duelist is hoping to live or if they're looking to die. I hereby swear on my name and honor as a champion duelist that Mr. Callus never intended...
Since that's your testimony, I have no more questions. It appears...
I concur. However, Miss Navia, you still have not explained the link between your father's case and the serial disappearances case.
Right? What she said was fascinating.
Wait, weren't they just talking about the serial disappearance?
Of course, Your Honor. The two cases are connected via a matter of time. In my father's case, the culprit intended to kill both Jacques and Callus. As a result, they planned to act after hearing 2 gunshots. And, at the end of Linny's trial, the culprit also only dissolved the victim in front of everyone because they realized the culprit could only time their actions so precisely if they were already at the scene. Coincidentally, Marcel attended both the banquet and the trial.
So that's why you suspected me. Even after hearing your reasoning, I still can't help. I'm used to it, though. You've always been an impulsive and sentimental child, Navia. It's one of your most endearing traits.
No need to appeal to pathos.
I won't try to refute your points one by one, but even if everything you just said was true, can you prove that I was the only person present at both events? On top of that, does a person have to be physically present to control the timing? Can't someone remotely monitor the place?
Know what she can say to that.
I know that even with that, you might still think you can reduce the list of suspects with some further investigations, until I'm the only one left on the list. Alas, who won't feel at least a little hurt by an accusation of murder from a girl you see as your own? But if I were to dismiss this completely, you'd also think I'm not being considerate of your feelings. Ah well, let Uncle Marcel teach you another lesson. Do you know what the biggest flaw in your reasoning is?
I suppose you're gonna tell—
It's timing again. I'm a businessman by trade. From that standpoint, there's no reason for me to kidnap young women. It's a high-risk action with nothing to gain. In addition, I left my home in Snezhnaya when I was young to come to Poisson and work in some trade. My business only thrived when I received but the disappearances began before I ever stepped foot in Fontaine.
I do apologize, demoiselle. This was my mistake.
No, it's not your fault. I'm sure he had come prepared.
Is there anything else you'd like to say? Would you like to check the date of my first business license against the first known case of the serial disappearances? You can also take a look at my border entry records, or ask my friends and family when I left Snezhnaya for the first time. Could those records and testimonies do something to appease the unspeakable anguish in your heart?
Seems like she got the wrong guy. At this rate, Navia will be convicted for falsely accusing him.
I think you've done a superb job of dissecting your father's feelings as he neared the end of his life. But aren't you going against all of his wishes and expectations right now? He wished for you to become more rational, collected, and conscientious, instead of dwelling only on your own feelings. Once you've learned to be more considerate of others' feelings, and to stop rushing headlong into things, you'd have met
This isn't just about me. And it never has. The biggest difference between me and the rest of the victims is that I still have the ability to search for the people whose families were destroyed by synth abuse, the people who lost their loved ones to the serial disappearances, and the people who suffered tragic ends due to their sense
Esto es
of
una
justice.
locura, ¿eh?
Many people's images are flashing before my eyes. I'm sure some are And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vacher? Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've...
I was waiting for you to say that.
Está intensa la cosa, sí, sí. Aquí se están acusando de unos a otros. Mientras tanto, en el mar.
Right here, right now. Rain outlines your fate.
Whoa! The floor is going up! Is it because of this mechanism in the middle? That guy really prepared a lot of stuff for this place.
Esto es muy sumero, ¿eh? Esto es como si estuviésemos dentro de los robots, de las máquinas estas gigantes.
Take a look around. Maybe we'll find a hidden mechanism that'll show us the way up.
Time to act.
Vi que usaron los ascensores del archipiélago Manzana Dorada de Fiesel.
The water level is rising. Now we can swim to the top. But this is still a ways away from where we need to go.
Body and mind. Right here, right now, right here. A sight to behold.
Check clouds high. The birds call.
Let me weave you a verse.
The wind knows me.
Here comes the catch. Busted.
No me hace falta usar ni Neuma ni Uxia. Mis propios personajes se los cargan.
clear! Let's go!
Take it easy. Gotcha. Quietly now.
Ring cutter. Fallen leaves, adorn my night.
Gotcha. Game's up. Fun's over. Quietly now. No, my sword! Rain outlines your fate. Body and mind. Time to act.
After all that, though, as expected, the mastermind isn't here. That's right. Then let's hurry up and find some evidence so we can get back to the opera house. What's this over here? Looks like some kind of place for research. Experiment number 16 aims to verify Jacob Ingold's research conclusions on the primordial sea and use his theory as a foundation to it. The experiment was a failure. No individual managed to resurface from the water from the primordial sea. Sorry, Traveler. Paimon will try her best. How can someone write something that terrible in such a matter-of-fact? You read the rest. Paimon's too scared to keep going. So that's why he did it all. But did he really think he'd be able to find a way just by dissolving people over and over? That's just insane! Huh? Isn't that the name you heard by the fountain? Paimon thought he was an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. You mean Vacher is the one who did all of these... experiments? So that's it! Vacher was no victim. No, that's not it either! If that's the case, why would he want people to resurface in any case? Oh, look! There's an important-looking basin over here, and it's full of water. That means this is where they make all the synth, and that special water is the main ingredient. If you dilute it with normal water, you'll get synth, but the pure stuff can dissolve a human. Paimon will take notes on this incriminating evidence. Let's see what's written here. Nothing escapes Detective Paimon's Callus. Navia's father. Oh, this seems to be an investigation report on... Yep, it's about finding someone to assassinate Jacques and Callus because of a lack of confidence that Jacques... This should prove the existence of the third person, right? We still have not determined the exact The old dog's a real menace to deal with. Even if he abides by the prompt, he can act whenever he wants to make our lives miserable. The only option left is to remove him from the picture in time. I concur. Let's send someone to kill him. He won't declare war as long as we don't touch Oh, seems like we've got a bunch of correspondence between the higher-ups. They're all just... What's all this? Aw, pink accessories, a hair tie, a necklace, even a makeup box. Oh, Paimon sees it too, but why are all these cute things labeled? Huh? You mean the girls from... And then and all the boxes of things. These names. Whoa! There's so much synth here! And so many bottles of ingredients that probably just contain the what? Mixing in prod. Whoa! There's even fruit-flavored synth? Yep, it's super obvious. We've looked at almost everything here, and it seems like our theories were spot on. But, yeah, we haven't found anything that reveals his true identity. No wonder even Nervalette wasn't able to find anything. Whoever it is probably destroyed everything that way. Even if we bring all this back to the opera, we won't be able to identify the true culprit. Sure thing. Paimon will... You take that side and Paimon will take this side. Check everything carefully. We'll find something for sure. Ugh. Nothing at all. And Paimon can't even find snacks either. Whoa, really? Let Paimon see! Vinier. Isn't that Vache's lover's name? Then you found her diary. Let's... Aw. It's just a normal diary chronicling their love story. So many! A whole page's worth! But they're all crossed out. The final name she decided on was Marcel. Wait, but Marcel's pretty old. Has this case been going on for so long that he's Vache and Vinier's grown son?
And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vacher?
Huh.
Oh, so you do know.
I'm merely surprised.
I was waiting for you to.
Navia! We're back!
As expected of my part.
Just how often do you intend to flout the rules of this court?
It's all right, Monsieur Nervalette. Given their confidence, I expect they...
But the truth of it, Marcel, is that you've always been Vacher.
Huh?
We've investigated your lair and we already know everything. After your lover, Venier, was dissolved, you kept abducting young women to experiment on the hopes of bringing her back to you. You even created Marcel as a new identity and destroyed all records of your past as Vacher.
So that's it. Even the villains in opera performances rarely go
Weird.
that far. And with that, Marcel's motive has now been established.
This information regarding your past also dismantles your prior time. Well, Marcel, do you know? You fixated your gaze on the lover that passed away, instead of paying attention to the living people around. So, you never noticed how we changed, or how we grew as individuals.
You also never understood Boss's real expectations for his daughter.
Or our determination to see things through.
Your determination.
Mr. Marcel, please speak up now if you would like to defend yourself. Otherwise, the trial will move on to the next stage.
Do you really think I wanted to do any of... Pay attention to you? What for? Have you ever paid attention to me? Ever empathized with my pain? Ever known how it feels to watch the love of your life dissolve right in front of your... No one helped me. No one even believed me. All those decades ago, even the officers from the maze, they said there's no way a human being can turn into water. So I must have gone mad from grief. Vinier's death was brushed away by all of you as if it didn't matter at all. Well, now you know, don't you? Ha! Well, you only have yourselves to blame. You set up this ornate opera house in pursuit of your so-called justice, your beloved drama, while turning a blind eye to the suffering of the people. Venier is dead. We promised each other that we would always be together. Wherever she goes, I will, but I'm not from this blasted place. So I can't.
Hey, is that water from the primordial sea that he's drinking?
I can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Do you all see? I can't go! I can't follow! So if I can't go where she is, what choice do I have but to... I did all of that, and in the end, that accursed callus still got the better of me. I spent my entire life living on pins and needles, only to get stabbed by his idiot daughter at the very end.
The suspect is exhibiting signs of mental distress. Guards!
Don't touch me! Don't anybody come near me! I still need to save Venier. Venier, please, Venier. Don't think badly of me. All I want...
At this point, the verdict of this trial is clear. With Mr. Marcel's conviction, the charges against Mr. Tartaglia.
Fine by me. I was in a bad mood, but after a show like that, I'm actually feeling pretty good.
Traveler, please submit all the evidence you have collected to the guards.
Joder,
so that
macho.
I might review
Ya le
and
pueden haber
summarize
juzgado y
the
meterle a la
truth
cárcel a ese
behind
tío.
this
Qué asco, de
disappearances
verdad.
case.
El Tartaglia este de mierda, qué asquerosidad. No lo quieren en la cárcel, porque como lanza su elemental y te da tiempo a escapar, pues no lo quieren ahí.
The man now known as Marcel was originally named Vacher and worked as an adventurer with his partner, and during an underwater expedition, Vignier accidentally came into contact with water from the primordial sea and was dissolved in front of Vacher as a result. Vacher learned of the primordial water's existence through the work of others and began to kidnap young women for research. To cover his tracks, he invented the new alias of Marcel and began to operate a business in Poisson. During the course of his research, Vacher discovered that a diluted concoction of water from the primordial sea can induce feelings of euphoria. However, as he accumulated wealth to fund his continued research and expanded the scope, he came into conflict. After exchanging blows with Spina Durasula for many years, Vacher decided to assassinate their president, Callus, at a banquet. Although the assassination did not go as Vacher expected, he was able to turn Callus into the murder suspect by dissolving the assassin and just recently, Vacher attempted to frame Linny as the culprit of the serial disappearances case, using a similar method. However, his attempt to frame Linny failed, and the power of water from the primordial sea became public knowledge. This case also exposed enough of Vacher's machination. Thus concludes the enigmatic history of the serial disappearances case. The Oratrice will now deliver the final verdict regarding the charge. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, Mr. Guilty.
Guards! Take Vacher away.
Estuvo interesante el juicio. Me retiro por hoy. Tengo bonita noche. Joder, la furina esta tiene unas ganas de decir eres culpable que vamos, llévese los guardias.
Good. It's what he deserved.
With that, the serial
We really just witnessed history. Who would have thought the true culprit would be such a polite and well-spoken guy?
Yippee! We have Navia bring the... He's hurt so many innocent people and now he's finally getting what he deserves. Huh? Are you okay?
Demoiselle, you were absolutely brilliant.
The day our late boss had always hoped for has finally come. You can rest.
Yeah. See, Papa? Spina Durasula's still doing well with me at the helm.
Está robándome las protos desde ya. Bueno, chao. Hombre, pero podías ver ya el final, si ya que estamos en el final.
Well now, hasn't this been a most delicious piece of drama? The villain has been caught, justice has been served, past wrongs have been righted, and it's a big ol' happy ending.
Este tío mejor que se calle, ¿vale? Deje de decir tonterías.
Since it's been such a great show, I'll just let the false accusations against me slide. Either way, I've still got some business to attend to. So, if you'll excuse...
Please wait just one moment, Mr. Tartaglia.
Uy, mira, se pone interesante, le van a acusar.
What now? None of this has anything to do...
According to court protocol, since this trial was initiated due to a charge against you, a verdict must also be made regarding the...
Oh, come on. Is this really necessary? Haven't you already caught the real criminal? Isn't it time for side characters like me?
Please respect the laws of Fontaine. This has always been the rule.
All right, but this sure is a lot of hassle. All I need to do is stand over there, right? Let's just get this over with.
Through evidence presented in the public trial that was just held, it has been established that Mr. Tartaglia has no direct connection. The guilty party has been identified, and thus it is logical to suppose. We now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, guilty.
¿Culpable?
What?
Hey! That's not funny! Didn't you just say I'm supposed to... What's with this verdict? Is your justice machine malfunctioning?
Huh? This has never happened before. The Oratrice actually...
I mean, have you ever heard of an innocent Fatui Harbinger? Do you think the Oratrice might have just convicted him on general principle?
But weren't the charges about the serial disappearances case?
No matter what else he's guilty of, it shouldn't affect the verdict in this case, right?
The judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal is, by law, the final verdict of the court. Guards, please take the suspect into custody per court protocol.
Al carrer. Te lo mereces. Pues no. Va a hacer algo ahora.
So this is how justice is done in Fontaine. What a joke. You've got your rules. Well, I've got mine too!
Epani me dice, va a pasar lo que dijiste, licenciado.
A carrer.
I am sorry. If you have been wronged, we will find the truth. But the rules of the court must be upheld.
Se tardó mucho en hacer la elemental.
Apologies. This is also the first time I've encountered such a situation. However, according to the rules established at the conception of Fontaine's court system, the Oratrice's judgment is all I do is follow court procedure. As for why the Oratrice arrived at the conclusion it did, you should probably ask someone more knowledgeable than me.
Why are you looking at... I don't know what happened there either. Hey, stop staring at me!
What does Lady Farina mean by that?
She says she has no idea either, but that's impossible.
Yeah, so are the verdicts reliable or not? Can results like this really be called justice?
My dearest citizens, did you really think we'd allow an incorrect verdict to be handed? Don't tell me. You thought even I had been blindsided by the Oratrice's...
But the way she looked just now, it was pretty obvious she had no idea what...
However, given the state of things, I shall give you an explanation. Everything that just took place, including my supposed shock and bafflement, was a part of an elaborate performance, with every action meant to stir up drama.
Dado el rumbo de los acontecimientos, dejen que les aclare lo sucedido. Todo incluía mi reacción ha sido parte de la obra de actuación para enfatizar el tono dramático y darle una emoción.
Of course, for every performance there is a script. Everything has unfolded exactly as I expected. If you thought Child had nothing to do with the serial disappearances case, it is only because you've been blinded by the superficial everything he's done. Not to mention the danger he poses. All shall be revealed in time.
Me empieza a gustar.
To understand my noble intentions, as well as the absolute correctness of the... Now, having said that, although I hate to leave things hanging in suspense, it is now time for this performance to end. As the...
So she chose to make her escape.
Otra vez huyendo.
So you're saying we shouldn't put much stock into what she just...
She probably just put on that performance to save face. As for the truth, it's unlikely that she actually has any. However, please be assured that I will continue to investigate this case in a personal capacity. Just as I promised, if the judgment has been incorrect...
All right. Even though we feel pretty badly for him, we'll take your word. After all, he's done plenty of bad stuff. So he should have known he'd go to...
De momento se hizo justicia.
Time to go. Hey, what are you doing? Quick, stop him!
¿Cómo?
Traveler! Hey! Traveler!
Marcel! What are you doing?
Stop resisting arrest! Cease, or we'll act—
No, wait! I just want to ask the Traveler something. I'm not looking to run away. Please, please, just let me ask this one small thing.
Go on.
Thank you. Thank you. I was being led away when I finally realized something. Where did you first hear the name Vacher? I erased all records of that name. So, unless—
Are you still trying to prove your innocence? Give it up. You've already been convicted.
Really? You did? You're sure? You met her? But the Fountain of Lucine? Then she's been so close to— Please, please give me a chance to talk to her again. Just let the Traveler take me to the fountain to see her one last time.
What? Give an inch and you want to take a mile? Do you think serial killers get to make requests like that?
Paimon agrees. Why should we give him what he wants?
This request, is it worth as much to you as your life?
Of course! Wait, no. It's worth even more.
Humans. Will they betray the instinct to live just to satisfy spiritual needs? Very well. I will grant your request.
Your Honor, I fear that—
I will go with him. You do not need to worry.
In that—
Thank you. Thank you. Is this the place? You said she's here, but what do I need to do to see her?
Yeah, and even Paimon could hear her after drinking that thing. Didn't you just drink—
Vacher!
Ah!
Yes, that's it. So you—
Vinier, it's me! It's me!
Vacher?
I'm here! I'm here! Where are you?
Hey, wait! Be careful!
Vinier, is that you? It's me!
Vacher? Why did you come? You look—
It's been more than 20 years. I've suffered for all this time. Only the thought of bringing you back has kept me alive. I must be dreaming. Who would have thought I'd get the chance to tell you, Vinier, you are my everything. I really don't know how I could—
But Vacher, if you ask me, if not for you, I would have finished my law degree and probably become a top-tier attorney one day. If not for you, I would have continued to pursue my love of the arts. If not for you, I would at least have been able to take care of my mother. And she would not have— It's all because of your selfishness, Vacher.
You— Wait, you are not Vinier.
You're right. I am not Vinier. I am every woman who died by your hand. As our bodies dissolved, our consciousnesses flowed back to the primordial sea. Our thoughts circulated endlessly within the primordial sea. And we were no longer individuals. I'm Cressy. I'm Lemonade. The only one I am not.
Why? But then—
She doesn't want to see you anymore. Every tendril of her This is what you get for your selfishness. Your selfishness robbed us of our lives and our futures. You said time and time again that you'd do any and everything for her. But did you ever consider whether she'd want to see you do the things that you did? You are a liar, a heartless murderer,
¿Cómo?
and a cowardly narcissist. The only thing you are not is Vignieres. From the moment your first victim died and her consciousness merged with Vignieres, she had...
No! Yeah! She can't...
You still don't understand. When I said don't look for me, but on top of that, she also said that because it's her. She said that because she knew that if you did come here, we will show no Vache. Vache? Vache. 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 Drown.
Ostras. Ha muerto.
Finally, we have some time to do shopping. Gosh, it's really been a long time since we've been able to relax.
Well met, partner. I knew something great was going to happen when I...
Even this weather can't put a damper on the demoiselle's mood.
It's a pleasure to see you both again.
Oh, hey, Navia! It's been a few days. Paimon's already started...
Oh, now that I believe. I'm easy to work with and always bring home the bacon. Who wouldn't treasure having...
Sounds like you're really enjoying life these days, Navia.
It's just been one thing after the other. I've been making non-stop trips between Poisson and the court. Everyone from Spina di Rosula organized a memorial for my father. We never held a memorial when he first died, since everyone knew that even if we held one back then, no one. This time, though, everyone in Poisson, and even many people from the court all...
So his name's definitely been...
It's been the dearest wish of Demoiselle all along.
That blasted stubborn fool. I was right to put my faith in him. Oh, by the way, I ran into Charlotte just up... well, maybe it'd be more...
Huh? So you know Charlotte too?
Yeah, way back when I first became the president of the Spina di Rosula, I believe the story was called The True Heart of Darkness. Secret tale. To be fair, though, it was a really flattering feature. So, she was trying to lean on our friendship to get me to do an exclusive piece on the serial disappearance.
Oh yeah, she told us about that. She's always been super interested in that case, so now...
Anyway, I told her to make sure that when she writes about you guys entering the opera house with the critical evidence, that you both sound really cool.
Now that's another thing to look forward to.
Oh, and in other news, I also took Clarand out for a meal.
Oh, are you two on better...
While you were investigating Vache's headquarters, Clarand gave testimony on my father's behalf. It was thanks to her that we were able to turn the tide. I wanted to thank her. I mean, there's also no point in being awkward all the time.
Oh, that's great. Paimon also thought Clarand wasn't actually a bad person.
Anyway, now that the case has finally been solved, perhaps it will slowly be... Oh, actually, there's still one last thing I need to do.
What is it?
I should pay a visit to my father's grave and tell him the truth of what happened. And on top of that, just how... that...
Miss Navia.
Indeed.
We want to go too! We also...
Sure thing. I'd like you two to share the moment with me.
And in that case, everyone, let's be off. Considering the recent weather...
Yeah, you're right. It's been raining This is where my father's grave is.
Huh? There's someone there already. Isn't that Dervalette? Why would the Chief Justice be here? Huh? Navia?
My apologies. I should have asked before coming to pay my respects.
Don't say that.
Sorry about that.
Oh, I wanted to show my father how much I've grown. But still, I doubt I've grown to the point that even the Chief Justice would feel compelled to apologize to me.
In that case, I will stop apologizing for now.
You really could use some pointers on understanding human emotion in any case.
Well, ever since that day, there was once a time when I didn't want to believe that there could be anything more important to humans than life. Oh, rather than that, it's probably more truthful to say I didn't believe humans were capable of resisting the most basic instinct of living things, which is also why I didn't stop your father from beginning that fateful duel. I believed that a truly innocent man would never throw away his life like that. That there was nothing, but Mr. Callus proved, if not for his sacrifice. Mr. Callus made the choice he did for his daughter, for his associates, and for many, and in the end, from a certain perspective, a justice that's higher than life itself. So, you asked me why I came here. I just wanted to say my apologies to Mr. Callus in person. This regret has filled me with a sadness that has haunted me for days. That high and mighty chair in the Opera Epiclese indeed insulates one from many important things. Spina di Rosula, thank you so much for your hard work.
I'm sorry. So, you're actually one of those types that's cold on the outside, but pretty thoughtful on the inside, huh? That reminds...
Sorry about that. Self-expression is not one of my...
Didn't I just say you don't need to apologize?
So Navia and Neuvillette seem... Let's not disturb them for now. We can wait till after they're done. Paimon's never paid respects at someone's grave before. Did Paimon do anything rude there? Huh? Oh no. Paimon hopes Miss Navia won't be... Anyway, Neuvillette is still standing around there. It's not often that we can catch him alone like this, so why don't we go...
¿Era necesario moverse hasta el tipo este para hablar? Pregunto.
Oh, it's you two. Did Miss Navia invite you to come pay your respect?
We ran into Navia on this...
I see.
Epani me dice, es muy hablador.
Since you're usually super busy.
Please feel free. Though outsiders, you helped us solve one of the greatest mysteries in Fontaine, and it would be my pleasure to return. My apologies. My investigation. However, I still believe the judgment of the Oratrice was not...
But you also...
For many years, I have been quite aware that the Oratrice does not simply mechanic... As a divinely created mechanism, the people's unified faith in the concept of justice is... Not only can it produce the incredible power of indemnity, which is all to say, I have been prepared...
So when Lenny told us that he heard a human voice from the room...
I was not aware such a thing had occurred. Perhaps that could serve to prove my conjecture. I will add that to the list. In any case, I am inclined to believe that the Oratrice does have a methodology all its own. We just do not have enough information. Based on Farina's reaction, I doubt even she had any idea what was going on. She managed to bluff her way through it, though, with her time-tested twin... While we do intend to get to the bottom of this, for now, we regret to say that the Fatui Harbinger will just have to bide his time in the fortress of Meripede.
Vale. Bien encerradito.
If we did
Y que
incorrectly
no salga.
convict him of crimes he did not commit, we will most certainly compensate him to the fullest extent of...
If you ask Paimon, the only compensation he'll want is a no-holds-barred fight with you.
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
Acaban de ignorar completamente a...
Your sibling. Another blonde-haired traveler. If she ever stepped foot in Fontaine, I'm sure she followed our laws to the letter, and had no reason to appear on the stage of the Opera Epiclese. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about? That the sea levels will rise and everyone will be dissolved in water, leaving Farina crying alone on her throne, but the sins of the people will be finally washed away for good. Does that appropriately summarize the version you've heard?
That's right! It was Lenny that
Yes, up to the present, I think we reached a point where we have no choice but to confront this prophecy directly. Rumors have it that this prophecy is rooted in the last words the former Hydro Archon left to the world.
A prophecy? Of the former Hydro Archon? What?
2 parts of the prophecy have already proven correct. The rising sea levels, and the ability of the people of Fontaine to be dissolved. We should be more vigilant, and stay on the watch for further signs. Speaking of the prophecy, Farina has also always taken it quite seriously. Indeed, she has been collecting information and intelligence from across. If the rumors were true, then perhaps this prophecy is the conundrum left to...
But with Farina being the way she is, can we really trust her?
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
So, at court, the bad guys referred to that special water as water from the primordial...
Truthfully, that name is already quite accurate. I can only surmise that Vacher and his ilk only learned of its nature and existence after extensive research. There used to be a special sea on the surface of this planet. The nature of its seawater was rather different from that of the sea we know today. Most of Tevat's life forms were first born in that special sea. You could say it nurtured much of the life on...
Huh. So it really was where everything began.
But today, the primordial sea no longer exists on the planet's surface. What Vacher discovered must have been some kind of special case, or a remnant from a truly ancient age.
Huh. So that's how it is. Oh, you really know everything, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Indeed. Why would the primordial sea, which was known to engender and nurture life, suddenly reverse its... To be frank, that also doesn't match my understanding of this world and its laws. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about? Very well. It was my honor to provide you with what answers I could. It will soon be time for me to leave this blissful tranquility behind.
You really are super busy, Monsieur Neuvillette. Paimon thought you only came here to pay your
Crime and villainy do not have the day off, and so justice must work around the clock as well.
All right. Huh? Paimon just noticed that the rain has stopped.
Se acabó. Bueno, las flores estas las vamos a encontrar por todo el mapa, ¿eh?
Into the wind.
Pues ya no hay más.
Epani me dice. Y ya está. Esas 2 misiones.
Time to go. Follow the wind.
Nah, esto no voy a hacer. Paso.
Epanime dice, ¿vas a recorrer todo Fontaine? Que va hasta más.
The wind knows me.
Ya está. Mira, me acabo de sentar aquí sin escoger. No la voy a coger todavía.
Ad Astra at...
Y tenemos desbloqueado todo el mapa de Fontaine. Tendremos la opción de pillar esto. El loto este.
Exactly.
Así que me dejará hacer los encargos, ¿sabes?
Epaní me dice, licenciado, ¿te apuntaste a los live para que te den protos?
No. Sin la historia de Anne, que es el prólogo. Nos dan un ¿qué? Un dorso de Fontaine. Tócate la nariz. Bueno. Me voy a dormir.
A good newspaper should be a lighthouse of truth.
Por hoy es suficiente.
Epaní me dice, buenas noches, licenciado, que descanses.
Gracias por haber estado hasta el final. Nos vemos. Hasta la próxima. Cuídense. Adiós.